Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bore croeso i'r gerddi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for the fourth and final day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. The match will be resuming at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their supporters and partners as well as sponsors for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone who is here today at Sophia Gardens. Once again, we know it's been a very difficult few years, and we are so very grateful for your support. A warm welcome once again to the players and officials from Leicestershire, as well as to our two match umpires, Alex Ward and Rob White, as well as match referee Mike Smith. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the International T20 game, when England meets South Africa, here on Thursday, the 28th of July. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various ticket packages, as well as the matchday hospitality packages available for forthcoming games, including those in the T20 glass, as well as the Welsh County games in the 100. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook are available for purchase, once again via electronic means, from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also obtain a score sheet, as well as copies of Michael Neser's testimonial brochure. Copies of the yearbook are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. Now, because there's currently no public access beneath the Cascade Howell stand, you can access the Glamorgan Club shop by exiting back out through Gate 4, strolling down the lane and re-entering via Gate 2. The shop, as always, is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion stand. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion, whilst drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines, which is situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre.
Glamorgan on brink of victory after dominant day. Glamorgan started day 3 just 15 runs behind opponents Leicestershire and with 5 wickets still in hand after Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson's fine innings the day before. But it'd be their teammates Chris Cooke and Andy Glamorgan who were resuming overnight, unbeaten on 22 and 23 respectively at Sophia Gardens, Cardiff. However, Glamorgan would fall in the second over of the day to Buren Hendricks, the second new ball nipping back to strike him in front. That wicket brought Australia's Michael Neser to the crease, and he and wicketkeeper Cooke would take their side past Leicestershire's total of 320 and on to 350, as a 7th wicket pair added 60 and counting. Chris Cooke would bring up his half-century with a boundary off the bowling of Callum Parkinson, his 3rd of the season, but the very next ball he was out, as Parkinson produced a beauty to rip one past his outside edge. Glamorgan 376 for 7. A James Wales 6 would be the last excitement of the morning session, with lunch taken at 389 for 7 after the home side had added 84 runs for the loss of just 2 wickets at the start of day 3. Neser unbeaten on 25 and Wales on 10. After the break, and Leicestershire would strike twice off the bowling of Fionn Mulder, first getting Neser to edge to slip before he trapped Harris LBW for just 1. With only 1 wicket remaining, Wales and Michael Hogan decided it was time to chance their arms and throw the willow. The two added 29 for the final wicket before Wales had found Hassan Azad on the boundary rope to bring the innings to a close on 437. Kieran Carlson, the top scorer for Glamorgan with 91, whilst Chris Wright, the pick of Leicestershire's bowlers, with 3 for 83. Sam Evans looked in good touch early in Leicestershire's innings, but would manage to edge a ball going well down the leg side to be caught shortly after to give Hogan his first wicket. Rishi Patel, fresh off his 82 in the first innings, would only make 1 this time around, as he edged Neser behind as Leicestershire fell to 15 for 2, the Foxes still 88 runs behind the home side. But Hassan Azad and Louis Kimber would bring some stability for the visiting side, Kimber driving and Azad cutting, as they added 50 together to take Leicestershire to the tea break on 76 for 2, Azad on 32, Kimber on 36. Kimber would add just 1 more run after the break before his resistance was ended by an excellent delivery from Michael Neser that nipped back through the gate. Azad continued, however, and he reached 50 for the 3rd time this season off the bowling of Andy Glamorgan, his half-century taking 88 balls and also taking his Leicestershire side into 3 figures. Azad would lose another partner though, as Mulder was caught behind off the bowling of Lloyd for just 6. The Foxes now 106 for 4 and still trailing hosts Glamorgan. And bad turned to worse for the visitors, as Azad was well caught at slip by Marnus Labuschagne for 58. Scott Steele and Harry Swindles went about rebuilding Leicestershire's innings, but their promising partnership came to an end with Steele trapped plumb in front by Neser. Leicestershire 22 runs ahead, but now 6 wickets down. Swindles and Ben Mike looked as if they battled their way through to the close, but Swindles fell on what turned out to be the final ball of the day, as James Wheel got the ball to hoop back into the right-hander and leave Leicestershire 7 down for 158. The result is that Glamorgan are well on top going into the final day, with only a miraculous recovery from Leicestershire preventing them from claiming victory. Leicestershire just 41 runs ahead, with only 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be a massive score to chase. Right, let's go grab a sip before they come out. Right, see you later.
Chris, a very positive day for Glamorgan. How do you see the match situation?
Yeah, very good day. I think it was important the first hour this morning to kind of get through that new ball. I thought they bowled brilliantly, and then to get the 100-odd lead was a good effort. And then we bowled brilliantly this afternoon and got our awards at the end.
You seem to have to grind it out this morning. You had to work for those extra 130 runs that you got for the last 5.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be hard work this morning and a bit of a grind, and we were prepared for that. Obviously the new ball, and they've got 2 or 3 really good seamers there, and it was a case of just trying to stick in and then sort of have a look after lunch and be a bit more positive. And it didn't quite go to plan, but still 430 yards, a decent effort on that wicket, and we've seen there a few going up and down, so a bit of hard work tomorrow, but yeah, good day and in a good position.
You've added to your tally of dismissals for the season, which is piling up now, and Michael Neser with some fine spells in that Leicestershire second innings.
Yeah, they're a joy to keep to, and they make my job a lot easier and giving me a lot more nicks probably. But yeah, Ness was great again today. Yeah, and it seemed to get the ball going both ways, which is good to see. And yeah, it's just great to have him on board again.
Needed David Lloyd to come on with the golden arm this time?
Yeah, Lloydie's often got the golden arm, and he gets on a roll like that, and he gets fired up, and often can change a game. So he was brilliant there today. You know, hasn't bowled in a while, and yeah, he deserved those couple of bowls.
And what's the mentality going into a final day where you've got such a big advantage? How do you avoid complacency on day 4?
I think that's a nail on the head there. You know, it's important not to be complacent. They've still got guys in that can bat, and they've still got a tail that can definitely wag. So I think we'll just keep doing what we were doing, and yeah, hopefully we can wrap it up through it as soon as possible.
Stone is in to bowl to Cooke, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
Once again, it's good morning, bon regard to our 2-match umpires, Alex Wharf and Rob White. And Beauregard, good morning to the Glamorgan side, led into the field by Captain David Lloyd.
Very good morning from the BBC commentary box as well here at Sophia Gardens for the fourth and final day of Glamorgan against Leicestershire in the LV County Championship Division 2, where the match position is considerably in Glamorgan's favour, with Leicestershire 158 for 7 in their second innings, a lead of 41 runs over Glamorgan. Quite precarious. And Richard Ray, it should be just a question of when rather than what the victory comes.
It should be. Quite is, yes, a generous description. Quite precarious, extremely, I would suggest. But you never quite know. We've seen some good old games between these two in the past that have swung on the last day. But it's going to take quite some swing for this to go in Leicestershire's favour. There is a man at the wicket, Ben Mike, who is in form with the bat and hit a splendid 99 not out in an effort to turn it round against Middlesex last week at Lord's. If he can do something similar, Leicestershire might just be able to set Glamorgan an unlikely 150 sometime around lunchtime, but it's a different game, different pitch, different prospect. Callum Parkinson is going to be the man on strike, having come in to replace Harry Swindles, dismissed in the final over last night.
So Swindles was bowled with what proved to be the last ball of the day, because there are 2 deliveries left of the James wheel over. That was his first wicket. He has 1 for 25. And he will be bowling to the new batsman, Callum Parkinson, with a slip and a short leg. That's down leg side, and that's a horrible ball to start the morning as far as keeper Chris Cooke is concerned, because it is signalled as a bye, and the keeper didn't really have a chance.
He saved 3 though, didn't he?
Yes.
A brilliant sort of parry, leaping away to his left when he reached up with his sort of opposite hand, as goalkeepers sometimes do these days, don't they? And managed just to slow it down on its way down to long leg. Otherwise it would have crashed into the advertising hoardings down there at fine leg.
159 for 7, and Leicestershire are moving on the final day. Ben Mike then takes his guard from umpire Wharf. Labuschagne is at short mid-wicket in a catching position. Lloyd at slip. Wheel dashes in, bowls the last ball of his over, and that's more on target, and it's met defensively by Mike, who plays it down the pitch to Labuschagne, who keeps hold of the ball. Will he? Yep, he's going to bowl.
Interesting.
Or maybe they just can't get the ball off him.
No, indeed. But it'd just be interesting to see how Leicestershire approach playing Labuschagne. I'm sure in the first early overs they'll have a little bit of a look. Hopefully they will. Anyway, right, first update of the day. It's time.
He's bowled a few loose ones, I think it's fair to say that. Marnus Labuschagne, as so many leg spinners do. At least 3 full tosses during this innings, but 0 for 18 off 5 overs, and he's bowling to Callum Parkinson. Slip and a short extra cover on the drive, the catching players, as Parkinson pushes forward and is beaten by that one outside off stump. Let's check how much turn there was on the video replay. A reasonable amount there. Yes. Labuschagne bowls and Parkinson is firmly forward there, getting to the pitch of it and playing it out to northeast in that short extra cover position. Commentary from Richard Ray and myself, Nick Webb, with Edward Bevan joining us a little later as Parkinson drives the next ball back to Labuschagne and there's no run. There is a man on the mid-wicket boundary. Should Parkinson choose to open his shoulders, he drives this one to mid-on, and Hogan gets down to it and makes the stop. On the leg side as well as mid-on and mid-wicket, there's a man just in front of square, no one behind square for the leg spinner, who bowls again. and Parkinson off the back foot plays it back down the wicket, no run. On the offside slip, backward point, cover point on the boundary, cover, short extra cover, and mid-off. As that's up in the block hole, and Labuschagne giving that one a bit of flight, and Parkinson managed to block it fairly comfortably. So he's started with a maiden, and James Wheel finished a maiden with the first 2 balls of the day. Just the 1 bye accumulated so far, which probably should have been a wide. Chris Cooke has had a busy match, 52 with the bat, and some quite tricky wicket-keeping conditions at times as Wheel bowls, and that's run down to third man. For the first run off the bat this morning goes to Ben Mike, who moves on to 11 not out. 160 for 7.
Perfect conditions again. Gentle breeze, a few high white clouds, but essentially blue sky above Sophia Gardens, and decent sprinkling have come in to see what they hope, I suspect, will be the last rites this morning of the game.
As Wheel runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's outside off stump, and Parkinson allows it to go through. In terms of positives that Leicestershire can point to from the match, the batting of Azad and Patel in the top order, and Chris Wright bowled pretty decently, I thought.
Yes, Cooke said he thought the first hour of bowling yesterday was pretty good. Wright and Hendricks kept it tight, didn't they?
Hendricks came back into it a little bit after a slightly below par first day with the ball. That's a full length ball from Wheel, over pitched and guided away down towards the third man boundary, square third man, and they'll comfortably come back for a second run as Hogan had a long way to run. 162 for 7.
What is it, 56 and a half overs old, this ball now. So if they can hang around, if they can play themselves in, these two, they'll have an old soft ball to try and biff around. He says, grasping at straws.
Wheel in to bowl to Parkinson, through outside off stump, no shot offered. The lead is 45 for the Foxes. Need another 100 from somewhere.
Morning, Brunty, who has sent me the times of the trains from Cardiff to Leicester this morning.
Are you on the train?
No, I'm in the car. Carting the cubies around and what have you.
Yes,
a bit of a drag on.
Absolutely.
Trains.
As Wheel is in to bowl and hits Parkinson on the pad. The question is asked.
Outside.
The answer is no from Alex Wharf. As Wheel stayed down on one knee pleadingly. He's bowling a full-length ball. Yes, it hit outside
Just
off stump.
Outside, yeah.
Would have hit probably middle and off, but since he was playing a shot and the contact was outside off, correct decision, I think. From
good appeal, wasn't it? Down on one knee, turned to the umpire. It was, yeah.
There's certain physical similarity in height and shaven-headedness. As Wheel bowls, there's another rather optimistic appeal as the ball runs down to fine leg off the pad, single taken.
Parkinson wasn't sure. He looked up at the umpire. With that first appeal, he was okay with the second, but the first appeal, he looked nervously at Wharf.
Ian Evans says on Twitter, this season it's been a case of when we're good, we're very good, when we're bad, we're dreadful. I think this will be a very productive season, but I'm an eternal optimist, and thank you for your words about the coverage. June the Tea Lady says, Glamorgan batting lineup starting to shape up better than I've seen for a long time.
Labuschagne is in, full toss, Well, at least Parkinson gets to it on the full, but only clips it as far as Michael Hogan at mid-on. Still playing himself in, just a couple to Parkinson, 11 now to Mike. Labuschagne bowls, again another full toss I think, and driven back to him firmly this time by Parkinson. Hit it hard, but straight back down the pitch towards the Australian, who is in and bowling. Good length, good line. Parkinson defends, nice high left elbow, back down the pitch again. And for 18 for Marnus Labuschagne from his 6.5 overs to date. No real turn for him this morning. Goes in and bowls, clipped in the air towards mid-wicket by Parkinson. There isn't a mid-wicket, so the cries notwithstanding, it was a reasonably safe shot.
Someone will
to his right.
Someone will shout, catch it.
Yeah, if it's in the air for any amount of time, won't they?
Anywhere on the field.
Single taken. Parkinson on 2-3. The lead up to 47. Mike looks around him. Mid on, mid off, both deepish, but only sort of third of the way back as Labuschagne is in. Bowls very wide outside off stump, but Mike at this stage still having a look. Lets it go through into the gloves of Chris Cooke. Lloyd at slip with Cooke's cap tucked into the back of his trousers. Labuschagne is in. Mike is forward, stroking the ball out into the offside. It's fielded by Labuschagne himself, reaching to his left, and that's the end of an unexceptional over from the irrepressible Marnus Labuschagne. Single from it, 164 for 7. Parkinson 3, Mike 11.
There are wild signs of optimism breaking out among sections of the Glamorgan following community. Jeff Ace says Glamorgan are going up this year. Keith Davis says it's our year.
Looks like they have every chance of being involved.
Yes, well, with the side and the experience they've got, they should be.
The division is sort of breaking into two parts a little bit, isn't it? But Leicestershire know which part they're in.
Wheel in, bowl short ball, as Parkinson went for a pull, didn't get anything on it, or if it did flick anything, it was the shoulder, as Chris Cooke made a token inquiry, nothing more than that. James Dasson says, great day's cricket yesterday, fantastic effort by Glamorgan on a flat pitch. Bowlers have had to work hard for their wickets in this match. As Wheel is in to bowl, and that's off the pad of Parkinson. Almost flew to Carlson at short leg, but I don't think any bat was involved anyway.
I think a few Leicestershire supporters would suggest they haven't had to work hard enough.
Yeah, second innings batting, well, the run-outs, the stumping, the no-balls. Leicestershire have
the leaves
conceded runs and wickets that they shouldn't have in this match. Wheel in, bowls, shortish ball, doesn't get up. Parkinson ducks low, and good job he did. Steve West thinks he hears a particular bounce in my voice this morning. Will it be all over by lunchtime? It's a possibility. It's a possibility that it'll be over by lunchtime, but these two will be doing their darndest to make sure that it isn't. Parkinson hung around in the first innings before he was eventually run out. Wheel is in, and that's dug down into the offside by Parkinson. Salter fields at point, no run.
Yes, trying for overthrows, wasn't
he? It was, like several Leicestershire decisions, an ill-judged run.
Labuschagne. We're not going to hear any beeps today of reversing machines, are we? That's
thankfully.
No, indeed.
Thankfully.
I don't know why it was so quiet.
With regard to extras, it's the 5th highest total conceded by a Glamorgan opponent, the highest being 81 by Somerset at Swansea in 1994. As Wheel bowls down leg side, well taken by Cooke. That 81 runs included 65 no balls, with Van Troost, the Dutch pace bowler for Somerset, overstepping 28 times, and of course byes and wides were leg byes, etc., were counted as no balls in that.
Okay.
There were also 44 runs from no balls in Glamorgan's first innings at Grace Road in 2015. As that is a leave from Parkinson, and it hits the pad, and Wheel is interested. As we'll have a look at the replay on the stream, which shows us
too high.
That it would quite probably have been going over the top, and it might not have cut back enough, but it was doing a bit, as was the ball that dismissed Swindell's last night. So there we are. You have the story of extras in Glamorgan matches. Thank you to Dr. Hignell.
He's getting good movement. Is it reversing from Wheel? And there's been one very good leg before shout, one pretty good and one not so good. In goes Labuschagne and bowls. Mike just nibbles it down the leg side, or it came off the pad, I suspect, looking to nibble it down the leg side. And wide, obviously, of Cooke behind the stumps. Lloyd has to run back down towards fine leg. The ball pulls up around 10 yards inside the rope. And 2 leg byes are taken. 166 for 7. The lead creeps up to 49. Limps up to 49. Short extra is in for Mike, as Labuschagne is in bowls to him, very full. Not looking to be aggressive at this stage. Mike just strokes it back down the pitch on the onside. Labuschagne himself steps across and fields. Mid-off has dropped a little deeper now. Mid-on, Hogan hasn't. Labuschagne is in, and he is trying to hit it past mid-on, and does. I don't think he got all that, but he's going to get 4 for it, Ben Mike. I think he was trying to hit it straighter than that, rather clothed it out through mid-wicket, but it went quite quickly past Hogan. There isn't a mid-wicket. The man out on the boundary would have had a long way to run round, did have a long way to run round. It's usually Harris out there. I think it is again this morning, and he couldn't get across in front of the family stand in time. It is James Harris. So Mike picks up 4, but Labuschagne will feel he rather did him there, but it's an slightly odd field. Spins the ball from hand to hand, is in and bowls. Mike goes back, the skidder plays it away off stump towards Andrew Salter at backward point. But that ball has been responsible for the demise of a couple of Leicestershire batsmen in the first innings, or that type of delivery anyway. In he goes and bowls. Mike is looking to hit straight, but push it straight. There's an appeal for leg before, desperate appeal, but it did sound very wooden. That can be the only explanation, I suggest, for that not being... Yeah, a little inside edge onto the front, onto the back pad, bang in front of middle stump. But Labuschagne leaning backwards, begging umpire White for that decision. Well, there've been 4 decent leg before shouts, really, but inside edge saved Ben Mike there. It's close. In goes Labuschagne. Bowls slightly short, looks to chop it away on the offside, bounces above Mike's flashing blade into the gloves of Cooke, who takes off the bails. But Mike, his back foot was firmly in, actually both feet were back in the crease, so just an instinctive thing to take off the bails. But a couple of close shaves for Ben Mike in that over, 170 for 7. He's moved on to 15. He did pick up the 4 in the over, and the lead therefore is over 50, 53 now, but there have been already this morning 3 or 4 pretty close shaves for these Leicestershire batsmen. They're still there, 170 for 7, the lead 53.
Labuschagne looked absolutely desolate there, as if someone had broken into his house and cleaned out his bank account at the same time.
Well, no question it was going to hit the stumps, but unfortunately a little bit of bat involved.
Wheel to Parkinson to start a new over. He drives back to the bowler and there is no run. It's almost operatic, the Labuschagne expression, isn't it? It would be overblown on most drama stages, I think.
Yeah, I'm impressed with both sort of appeals from the bowlers. Wheels is rather cool as well, the way he turns and goes down on one knee. It's rather posed.
Well, it is Sunday morning, a bit of divine guidance and all that. Wheel in, bowls outside off stump. Parkinson shoulders arms through safely to Cooke.
Both batsmen could have been in the pavilion by now.
What's
if
Mike
the umpires had fancied an early finish to the game.
Mike obviously feels his gloves are slipping because he's rubbing his hands in the dirt.
It's warmish out there. It's lovely.
Wouldn't have thought they'd got a sweat up yet. There haven't been that many singles run. Wheel from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Parkinson, who defends back to Wheel, fields in his follow throw and lobs the ball to chief polisher Kieran Carlson, who's under the lid at short leg. 170 for 7. So Wheel gets the ball back, tosses it to himself, turns longish run, but doesn't waste too much time in the process, thankfully, as he tears in and bowls to Parkinson, who leaves outside off stump. What did Nico have to say, the Leicestershire coach, last night? that was repeatable.
No, he was obviously hugely disappointed. He looked at the match as a whole and the sort of lack of progress, if you like, in terms of the unchanged pattern over the last 3 or 4, 5 games, frankly. Every championship game played so far this season.
Wheel bowls, clipped just past short leg by Parkinson. He'll get a couple of runs as North East has to make some way back towards the square leg boundary. Carlson went diving away but couldn't get anything on it.
It was in the air.
And Parkinson picks up a couple of runs, but let's say that although Wheel hasn't got hugely impressive figures in this match, just 1 wicket in each innings, I think the rhythm of his bowling and his part in the group effort is considerably improved, as that one is a check drive by Parkinson. The ball rolls up to Neser at mid-on. The end of the over, 172 for 7. Leicestershire lead by 55 runs.
So 6 overs have been bowled this morning. Leicestershire have added 14 runs to the score, but I don't think Glamorgan and Cooke will be too concerned about a scoring rate of sort of 2.5, because they're not really building the lead in a dangerous way. If they're still together at lunch and they've added 80 or something, there'll probably be 1 or 2 little nervous remarks in the Glamorgan dressing room, but not until then. Labuschagne to continue to bend Mike from the river end bowls, drops it a little bit short. Mike just goes back, turns it, or attempts to turn it around the corner, but you heard the wait from Parkinson as Mike thought about the possibilities of a quick single, but Cooke was quickly out from behind the stumps to field. Labuschagne, as ever, blows on his right hand. And he comes and bowls. Mike is looking to drive thick inside edge, has squirted that one down towards deep backward square. He's going to pick up 3, probably. The ball is going to pull up around about a foot inside the ropes. Michael Neser. He never runs too quickly after it, but he's a very strong man and his throw is always very hard. Cooke didn't like it. It was low down by the stumps and Cooke actually pulled his foot out of the way of the ball and let the backup fielder Salter complete the fielding to make sure there were no overthrows. Mike picks up 3, moves on to 18. Labuschagne is in 2. Parkinson bounces past the outside edge Have a look at that one. Did it turn? He was plunging down the line of middle stump, and it did turn. Real nice leg break, that. Just enough to beat the outside edge, and indeed off stump. Could easily have clipped either. Didn't. 175 for 7. Labuschagne in again. Parkinson slightly nervously forward, pushing back down the pitch to number 99.
Ice cream weather.
Yeah. Who is in again and bowls fuller this time. Parkinson waits for it and rather jams it back down the pitch on the onside. Labuschagne steps across and fields. Something of a charmed life for the Leicestershire batsman this morning as Labuschagne bowls. Parkinson plunges forward, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, but this one doesn't really turn or indeed bounce, so he is still able to cover the delivery and push it out into the offside end of the over. 175 for 7. The lead creeps up very slowly to 58. Not until it is 158 would I suspect there'd be any sort of concern for Glamorgan.
Just thinking about the use of Glamorgan's opening bowlers, Michael Neser and Michael Hogan. We're 18 overs until the new ball. Doesn't look at the moment as though they're going to be used before that, so David Lloyd presumably hoping that the rest can do the job before then. Thought he might have given maybe Neser 3 overs at the start of play today, but these two are bowling decently enough.
They are. They're both sort of created chances or asked questions, haven't they?
Wheel in the Sophia sunshine. It's in to bowl a short ball that's pulled away by Mike down to fine leg. Labuschagne, who's in a leg gully sort of position, flung himself just in case, but that would have been an absolute miracle had he got a hand on that one. But Mike willing to go for his shots. He's moved to 19. It's 176 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan and Leicestershire County websites. Wheel in to bowl to Parkinson, who forces that one through the offside. Nice shot, punched away, 4 runs, no sweeper in front of the pavilion wheel for once. Just getting his length a bit wrong, dropped a bit short.
Yeah, it sort of came out wrong, that you could see what he was trying to do. Looking for that in dipper again, but came out with a slightly scrambled seam and a 1.5 foot outside off stump with a huge gap in the covers. Parkinson duly tucked in.
The other match is in Division 2 then. Focus, of course, has been on New Road, Worcester. There's Wheel bowls and Parkinson turns it to short leg. There's no run. Scene of Ben Stokes' remarkable exploits in Durham's first innings. Worcestershire are 105 for 2 in their second innings, needing a further 337 to win, or more likely 80 odd overs to survive at this stage of the day. And at Hove, Leicestershire's next opponent, Sussex, are in action. I'll be thinking about a declaration there, Will Sussex, as Wheel in bowls outside off stump left to go through by Parkinson, no shot offered. Sussex are 264 for 3 in their second innings, with Cheteshwar Pujara on 143 not out, the Indian Test star. And Sussex lead by 298, so you would have thought a declaration somewhere around the lunch interval would be the order of the day for Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. In Division 1, likely to be a positive result at Southampton as Wheel bowls outside off stump and Parkinson leaves. Gloucestershire are 121 for 2 in their second innings, and they need a further 247 runs to beat Hampshire, but opener George Scott is 74 not out there. Lancashire against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 17 for 1 in their second innings, 29 runs behind Lancashire at Old Trafford, with 9 second innings wickets in hand. Wheel is into bowl and forward defensive by Parkinson. Plays to mid-off and there's no run. Chelmsford, Essex made 403 all out, quite slowly. Yorkshire are 428 for 6 in the 132nd over. So that match is proceeding rather gently. Can't see really the possibility of any positive results there. Harry Brook is 111 not out. Man tipped for possible contention for the England middle order. Labuschagne starts a new over and Mike defends on the offside, no run. Dawid Malan made 87 and the England captain Joe Root out yesterday for 75. Surrey beat Northants by an innings in the only one of the 7 to finish early, or a day early. Labuschagne bowls and Mike tries to work it on the leg side. I think that's off the pads. They'll pick up a single as the ball trickles down towards fine leg. Leg bye is indeed indicated, and Leicestershire ticking along without loss in the first half hour so far. They're 181 for 7. The lead is 64. They've added 23 further runs. The batters to come, Chris Wright and Buren Hendricks, who I think both count as tail-enders, with all due respect, as you're obliged to say when you're being slightly rude about someone. Now, Carlson is getting the helmet on, and he's coming in at silly point for Labuschagne to bowl to Parkinson. Leg spin, getting a bit of turn, causing a few problems as Parkinson plays that late off the back foot and chops it down to Salter at backward point. No run. So Labuschagne's definitely asking questions, as has Wheel at the other end, but maybe Wheel will give way as Parkinson prods forward and the ball pops out on the leg side, and Carlson, who's on the wrong side to catch it, sprawls across the pitch in vain. 181 for 7. Very pleasant conditions here at Sophia Gardens, as Labuschagne bowls, and that's played just wide of Carlson. I'm not sure whether that was on the half volley or not from Parkinson. I don't think it was. It just flew past Carlson's right hand, and he's brought a little bit straighter to the place where he might have caught that ball had he been there the ball before. Labuschagne bowls. Forward comes Parkinson, defends, gets on top of that one. But Kieran Carlson getting right in the batter's eye line there, making him aware of his presence as the Glamorgan coaching team go for a stroll with sun hats in evidence this morning, as well as shorts, which gives you an idea. Well, I thought Neser might have been used first up if he was going to be used before the new ball, but it is Glamorgan's attack leader, Michael Neser, who has 3 wickets to his credit, who will be given a few overs with the old ball from this Cathedral Road end, taking over from James Wheel. Very good morning to Edward Bevan.
Very good morning to you, Nick. Beautiful morning it is too, and some resistance coming from Messrs Mike and Parkinson. And I quite agree. I thought after the 2 balls that Wheel had bowled this morning, I thought Neser might have had a bowl, but here he is, refreshed after a night's rest, and hoping to add to his tally of 3 victims. And he'll be bowling to Mike. He's 19 not out. Was still the 3 men on the onside. In he bowls and down the leg side that goes, and that's going to run away for 4 wides. First wides. So
quite right. Shouldn't be debited to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, well down the leg side. That obviously he was bowling for this sort of leg trap that he's got, that backward leg slip you probably call him, and then 2 on the drive, some 10-12 yards from the bat. So obviously working on reverse swing as Neser passes umpire Wharf and bowls. That's hit high up in the air. That's going to run away for 4. So Mike has decided, right, with so many runs we've got to get, we might as well attack, especially if it's going down that leg side. And it's quite easy to work out this because he hasn't got a slip or a gully, so the batsmen really know what's coming, unless of course he does Neser slip one down the offside and deceive the batsman. But
how often do you see the main strike bowler bowling without a slip?
Unless it's 410 for 2 or something like that. Neser then 2 fours off his first couple of deliveries. He's in again and bowls, and this time he's struck that down towards fine leg. And Neser has bowled 3 deliveries, and each one of them has been struck for 4. Nothing you would expect less than Neser bowling like this.
It's very strange, isn't it? It's in fact 2 legitimate deliveries, isn't it? Because the first one was wide.
Wide, yeah.
That one was not really a genuine shot. It was an inside edge, I think, but got away with it. 194 for 7. The lead is 77.
I think he'd be better employed just to bowl normally, as it were. Bowls again, and this time he's played away into the cover region where Salter will field. He did aim that at offside or thereabouts. Can always change your mode of attack. And the lead now 77's creeping up.
Yeah, I'd think he'd go for 1 slip to give himself more options, but 5 on the leg side at the moment.
If 1 goes down there through slip or second slip.
6 on the leg side.
6-3 field. As Neser's in, bowls, and that's misdriven. He was hoping to hit it through the covers, but it ended up to one of the men fielding there. At sort of on the drive, it's not silly mid-on, but a little bit further back than that. I think the Neser perhaps should be mixing it up and, as you say, have a slip in there just in case. Not what we would expect from Michael Neser. Here he is again, comes in and bowls, and this time is a better delivery, pitched on midland leg and played away. Wide, and then 2 authentic boundaries from Ben Mike, who has moved quickly now in this last couple of overs, on for 27. We all know he got 99 counter-attacking at Lord's last week, or the week before, and has the ability to stay there, and Parkinson really has just to help him from the other side. 3 wickets still in hand as Neser comes in and bowls, and that's a better delivery. End of the over, and we saw then, Nick, that by bowling as he normally does, there's no runs from it, but trying to come down that leg side and propelling it wide, you're going to get punished. So the score has moved on to 194 for 7, and the lead now is 77. And like you, perhaps I would have expected a little bit of Michael Hogan the other end instead of Labuschagne.
Well, Labuschagne has had the batsman in difficulty on a couple of occasions. It is turning, as you'd expect from a day 4 pitch in the sunshine, as David Lloyd and vice-captain Kieran Carlson and previous captain Chris Cooke have a little brains trust meeting. What's the over 8? Oh, it's -1. There we are, so they can't afford to mess around too much.
Perhaps that's the reason that Labuschagne is bowling. Just keeping an eye on that.
Need to get that. They were +1 earlier in the game, so they've slipped a bit. Carlson will slot in at silly mid-off. pretty close to the bat. Labuschagne bowls, and Parkinson plays that one to mid-on. Hogan fields no run. So the weather has brought a fair few out today, similar crowd to yesterday actually. And the prospect of possibly seeing a Glamorgan win, as Parkinson doing his best to prevent that, defends to mid-on again.
I think most of the spectators would have given you 75%, 80% of them a Glamorgan win just before or just after lunch, with just 3 tail-enders left, but they're doing quite well here.
Labuschagne bowls a full toss that Parkinson misses out of, because Carlson was taking evasive action there, but he clothed it to mid-on, straight along the ground to Hogan. Harris is out on the mid-wicket boundary for the miss-hit swing. Labuschagne bowls, that's a bit short of a length, and comfortably steered away down to the point boundary where Gorvin is sweeping. Single taken. Parkinson into double figures, 10 off 45 deliveries. Mike is on 27, more aggressive of the pair. This square leg is moved back towards the rope, so there's 2 back on the leg side boundary for the swing against the spin of most deliveries delivered by Labuschagne, but that's on off stump and played defensively to Salter at gully. 195 for 7 Leicestershire, a good first 40 minutes for them. They've extended their lead by 37 runs and it now stands at 78. Labuschagne is in to bowl a full toss that's hoiked away towards mid-wicket, or wide of mid-on anyway. Harris runs round the boundary, picks up, and Mike will come back for a second run. He moves on to 29. It's 197 for 7 at the end of the over. Leicestershire lead by 80.
Yeah, what have we got? 14 overs to the new ball, 66 overs. These two will want to try and get as many runs as they can before that new ball gets available. David Lloyd now has the ball in hand, is talking to Carlson there. Neser, conscious of the fact that he must improve on that first over showing, but there is no, at the moment, change in the field.
David Lloyd warming up.
Yes.
Got a couple of wickets quite cheaply yesterday.
A surprise element, of course, David Lloyd, who does swing the ball more than most. Michael Neser runs away from us from this end and bowls. This time appeal for LBW and not given by umpire Alex Swarf. With this field, of course, where he's aiming to try and get the batsman prod in to those 3 men, you anticipate that the ball is going down that leg side. Yeah, it was.
That one was.
Yeah, it certainly was. And difficult to give anybody out there in these sort of conditions. So you have a very good umpire, of course, in Alex Wolf at one end. As Neser comes in and bowls again, and this time it's tucked away, just inside that man at leg slip, down for a single. So Parkinson moves on to 17, 29 to Mike, who is here facing, but he won't face for a moment because there's an adjustment in the field. That man at leg slip has now been sent down to the boundary, and there's a fine leg as the man just backward of square on that boundary. And there's a man outside the boundary, but he is in fact involved. That's a bit. Neser bowls. Ooh. That's a big hoik there by Mike, trying to hoik it over where Couch corner would have been, but that's a bit of a risky shot, even though it was going down.
That's why there's a man on that mid-wicket boundary, or will be just inside the field of play.
Be careful, because he's outside the field of play by about 3 yards at the moment. Can't quite see the point of that.
Well, so they can walk in and still be absolutely on the boundary, I guess.
And just stay there. In comes Neser, bowls. That's played defensively, and it's fielded by the bowler. 198 for 7. The lead now is 81. Absolutely glorious morning. The two batsmen having a little chat about the reverse swing element here. As Neser walks back to his mark, turns into a run now, comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's time Knight plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. A better over here from Neser. I don't think he has to bowl every ball on or around leg stump, because the batsman is more or less waiting for it. He knows he hasn't got any protection that slip or gully.
Yeah, which is why I said a little surprised he hasn't got one slip in just to give himself those options.
Here he is again, the Neser. Bowls, Mike plays it up towards mid-on, and that completes another over, 198 for 7. The lead is 81, and David Lloyd, who had a couple of quick wickets in his first overs yesterday, is going to bowl from the river end, and he will be bowling to the Leicestershire captain, Parkinson, and Glamorgan head coach Matthew Maynard is strolling in front of us, and behind him, who's coming behind him? David Harrison. We know by his bald head. Bald head. Bold. He is a bold man. Look.
And Mark Walton, the other member of the coaching team. Mr. Maynard is rocking sun hat and flip-flops this morning, as he pauses to watch from fine leg, or between keeper and slip at this near end. Marnus Labuschagne is the slip, with David Lloyd, the regular inhabitant of that slot, doing the bowling from the River Taff end. So Leicestershire have added 40 without loss this morning. An excellent start for the Foxes. Lloyd in to bowl, and Parkinson chops down on that one defensively. And after one delivery, Chris Cooke decides that he's going to stand up to the stump, so he picks up the helmet, tosses his cap to Marnus Labuschagne to stick in the back of his trousers, and Cooke then looking to add just that little bit more pressure on the batter Parkinson. The players on the drive, not quite in catching positions on either side of the wicket, and Parkinson tries to work to leg, is hit on the pad. He'll amble through for a leg by as Labuschagne retrieves from the short fine leg position. 198 for 7 and 199 for 7.
And if you thought in an ordinary sort of position, what a Leicestershire in their second innings, they're 82 for 7. You say, well, that's absolutely no chance. But if it goes past 100 and keeps climbing, I think Glamorgan will just start twitching just a little, even though they chased 3-3-1 last week and nearly got there.
And they chased 166 at Nottingham and did get there.
Yeah, exactly.
But anything over that, and Leicestershire are giving themselves an outside sniff as Lloyd bowls outside off stump, and Mike allows to go through. Ben Mike, 99 not out last week. He was bowled by Wheel for 17 in the first innings, but both these batters are in now. Parkinson came in at the start this morning, with Swindells being bowled in the last over last night. David Lloyd in to bowl, noodled away down to short third man. Salter fails, but quickly through for a single. Mike to 30, 200 up for Leicestershire. So crumbs of comfort to take from the visitors' performance, which has not been consistent across the course of the match, and Chris Wright had admitted that they had a couple of bad sessions in the first 2 days, losing 6 wickets in the last session of day 1. As Lloyd is in to bowl wide outside off stump. Might have been called wide, it wasn't. And the other one where in the afternoon of day 2, Carlson and North East were merrily bashing around at a very fast scoring rate in that stand of 182. Which in turn created the pressure for Leicestershire's slippage last night. Lloyd in to bowl outside off stump, driven by Parkinson, 2 short extra cover, no run, 200 for 7. Fairly uneventful first over from David Lloyd. The lead is 83.
Glamorgan, of course, will take comfort that this is a very good batting pitch. The odd one might just go, saw one turn from Parkinson, which bowled Chris Cooke yesterday. But all in all, that you would say that a chase even of 250 after lunch would probably be in Glamorgan's favour. But you always know that you've got that in the back of your mind, even though that they have chased well, as we said, in 2 games this season. They'd like to take a wicket now, though, 200%, and get 10 and 11 in.
Pleased to see that Ben Stokes is having a bowl for Durham again today, which means possibly that he's less likely to be bowling against Glamorgan at Chester Street next week.
Similarly, Leicestershire, of course, play Sussex next week, and they'll wonder whether Ollie Robinson, who took 5 on his first game, is available. Neser bowls the first ball of the over, and he aims, does Mike towards cover point, but it ends up at square leg. Now, the 3 men there have now more or less disappeared. I mentioned that one had been posted out on the mid-wicket boundary. The other one now has gone by not far from the square leg umpire, saving one. And the third one has gone back to mid-on.
Labuschagne, though, at silly mid-on.
Yes. In comes the next ball, left outside the off stump. I do think that if Neser bowled as he normally does, he would be better placed, I think. But he knows exactly what he's doing. He's an Australian test bowler. Just to bowl normally, have a slip in. Obviously not try and play a defensive role, just mix it up, because they've got plenty of runs at this moment to play with, have Glamorgan.
Yeah, I think probably the theory is that on this slowish pitch, you're more likely to get players caught out driving.
Here's the next ball. That's played defensively. Probably the best ball he's bowled. It was gun barrel straight, which brought the batsman, Greg Mike, forward. He's on 30 and 11 to the other batsman, Callum Parkinson. And this little stand now is worth 42. Beautiful, lovely day here. Not a breeze on the trees opposite this ground. As in comes Neser, bowls left outside the off stump. I wonder if Hogan might have a trundle if there's no luck for Neser in the couple of overs.
Yeah, the trouble is then you've got both your opening bowlers have been used just before the new ball, so you wouldn't think this would be a long spell by Neser. You need to get him off at least with 45 minutes to rest before the new ball.
Neser turns, comes in and bowls, and that is nudged away on the onside, and they will go through for a single. It was a leg by from Mr. Wharf. So in real money, it's 84 for 7. I think they'll have to look at it that way, as these two are putting up a spirited defence as they go and have a word.
Yeah, Worcestershire haven't lost any further wickets today. They're 128 for 2 against Durham.
Batsman Parkinson is taking fresh guard as Neser over the wicket reverts back to the old leg trap, as they used to call it in days gone by. Although
3 fielders in a row.
Yes. In comes the next delivery. a bluff probably. It was outside the off stump and let go through as this pitch is getting easier and slower as the day goes on. 201 for 7. And the spectators who gathered here this morning, probably thinking, well, it'll be over soon after lunch, may have to wait a little bit longer before the result of this game, which has been a very good game of cricket, as we've seen in every match bar one that Glamorgan have played this season.
Yeah, the wicket, I mean, it could have done with a bit more pace in it, but after a couple of wickets of slightly variable bounce at the other end of the square, I think it's been an improvement. It was just that Glamorgan were slightly baffled by reading it, because they put Leicestershire in and then claimed 2 wickets in first 2 sessions before fighting back. Here's David Lloyd into Ben Mike, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, scores of 370, which many think Leicestershire underachieved.
320.
320 rather, and 437. Just tells us how good a batting pitch it has been in this game. They seem to improve the further left down of the square to the pavilion that they play.
As Lloyd bowls, and Mike squeezes one away on the onside and then realises that there's an easy single there, slightly belatedly. Been called through by Parkinson, single taken, 202 for 7. Yes, my heart always sinks a little bit when it's one of the pitches towards the grandstand, even if they've put the infamous pitch 9 out of. Is it pitch 9? Or anyway, one of the pitches that end is a bit dodgy. Parkinson flicks one off his legs down to fine leg for a single.
Best pitches here appear to be the practice pitches, which are very close to the pavilion, but they don't play there, of course, because you're only going to push forward and you get 4 runs.
No, this is about as...
and they keep in the middle pitches, aren't they?
Middle pitches for
that franchise competition.
Franchise competition, maybe a T20 televised game and the England game against
England
South
game,
Africa.
Probably, yeah.
So, there won't be too much use of those. They approach the middle from the ends during the season. Lloyd in to bowl, and that's gone through everything. May have kept a little bit low. It's a run of some description. A bye again. Mike didn't get anything on it, and Chris Cooke standing up is cross with himself. He didn't take it cleanly. But it's generally been an awkward game for keepers, this, with the ball tending to be on the low side. Lloyd, 204 for 7, is into Mike Parkinson, who plays that one down to Gully. Salter Fields, no run.
Approaching the first hour of play, 3 minutes to 12, and really there haven't been any sort of bother, have they?
No chances to note, really. Any false shots have not gone to hand. Lloyd to Parkinson, drives to cover, no run. Carlson with the fielding there. It's hard but straight to him at the end of the over. Leicestershire then at 204 for 7. They lead by 87. Callum Parkinson is 12 not out, and Ben Mike is 31 not out. Their partnership this morning with 46 runs so far as they meet for a little mid-wicket chat.
They also are conscious of the fact that with this relatively small lead and just 3 wickets in hand, that they've got to try and score runs as best they can, not take chances, but they realise that they want to push on and try and get a significant lead, which of course will increase their chances of drawing the game. As Neser will continue, he's been a little bit out of sorts this morning, bowling well down the leg side to this pre-plan of theirs of trying to get people caught close on the onside. He starts up now and bowls the first ball, and that's pitched on leg stump and pushes it away by Mike. And there's no run. 204 for 7 it remains.
In terms of the general cricket community, I know a lot of the kids' schemes are starting this week, the All-Stars and the Dynamos, and good luck to everyone from clubs around England and Wales who are involved in these schemes and providing the next generation of cricketers, hopefully.
Here's Neser, bowls, and that's played away on the onside. They go for a quick singing, and even though he's fleet of foot, his Carlson, it enables the batsman across for a relatively simple single.
So the more kids that get enthused by the game, the bigger the chance of club game being kept alive, and the talent pool being broader to choose from in the future, and indeed spectators turning up in future.
In comes Neser and bowls, and that's played forward by Parkinson. Yes, grandson number 3 was on his way, extremely excited this morning because he's playing for Cowbridge under 11s against Cardiff. And
in Cambridge or Cardiff?
It's in Cardiff.
All right, is that at the Whitchurch ground then?
That
Diamond
is the
ground?
Whitchurch ground, yeah. And had his bat and his cap on, I think, before 8 o'clock this morning. As you say, it's good to see. Neser in, bowls to Parkinson, and leaves at the last moment. Oh, it's gone down for 4 runs. Did he? No, 4. It must have caught the top of the bat because he left it initially. The periscope was up. And
accidental shot.
Accidental 4, but they all count.
50 partnership.
Yeah. There is a sprinkling of applause. It's significant to Derby last week when the opposition, of course, were going on. There was no great applause for 50 for Glamorgan or partnerships of significance. Neser over the wicket, bowls, and it's played away down to third man authentically this time. They'll go through for the single. As the chimes of the nearby church say it's midday, don't think it's the cathedral, which is about half a mile away.
I think it's Civic Hall, isn't it? The City Hall in the middle?
Could be.
To the side of the park.
Of course, when we go to that beautiful ground in Worcester, the cathedral chimes.
Oh, yes. That's something to look forward to for Glamorgan followers in mid-season.
I hope it's weather like this. It's one of the more idyllic settings in county cricket. Neser in and bowls, and Mike is playing it away onto the offside. Glamorgan, I think, will have to do a little bit of thinking now, as this is the end of the over. 210 for 7. The lead is 93, so it's 93 for 7 in real money.
Yeah, no wickets fallen in the first hour. Parkinson and Mike have done their job. They've played some false shots, but they haven't offered any chances as such. There have been a few LBW appeals, varying degrees of frenzy, but nothing that's firmly impressed the umpires. And David Lloyd is going to continue, the captain, with his medium pace.
Glamorgan will be eyeing that overs column there. 71 overs, 9 to go, which is 54 balls before the new ball.
Yep, well, Leicestershire look to make hay. Parkinson on strike against Lloyd, defensive. Back down the wicket to the bowler, and there is no run.
Just doing a little something in 25 minutes' time, because there's a huge football match going on today. Wrexham, who are hoping to get back into the league after a number of years in the National League. And I'm told it's a sellout, so BBC Wales and BBC Radio Cymru will be covering that.
Lloyd bowls and Parkinson defends to mid-on, no run.
So if you want to take 20 minutes off, Nick, I will leave it to you.
Well, once Richard returns to the fray after his radio commitments. was thinking of starting to write the match reports, but having to rewrite completely last week, I might not. Lloyd bowls outside off stump. No shots played by Callum Parkinson. Started off writing dull draw in the headline, then removed the word dull, and then deleted the word draw as well, which I then had to reinstate. But it turned into a thrilling draw rather than a positive result either way, or indeed a bore draw. I'll vacate for Richard at the end of Lloyd's over as Parkinson pushes forward. Defensive, looking quite solid though as the ball rolls up to mid-on.
Yeah, and I think Neser should really have a rest now, because 9 overs to the new ball, he will certainly be needed, and he could fill in perhaps with Harris, who hasn't had a bowl this morning, or alternatively give Salter a little trundle of 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah. Lloyd bowls, Parkinson defends. He's got into nice rhythm really, Parkinson now. Nothing aggressive, 17 off 63 deliveries. But crease occupation is good. The lead is 93. And Leicestershire just moving towards the situation where you think, well, if they bat the next hour sensibly, they might give themselves a chance. Parkinson defends again on the offside.
What a chance of winning. And they'll have to...
I think that's probably slightly more likely than a draw at the moment. That if they do get 150 ahead and Glamorgan maybe have to go for it, difficult to see this game ending in a draw, but then we were nearly proved wrong last weekend, and we will no doubt be proved wrong on many occasions in the future. Richard will have a blast alongside Edward Bevan.
Well, there's a committee meeting there between a few players, and Neser is going to bowl. I did mention there that perhaps he might be arrested, but this could be his last over before the new ball, which comes available in 8 overs. Richard is back alongside me, and Leicestershire fighting and progressing well as Neser comes in over the wicket and bowls and down the leg side. And this time there will be a run. Will they come back for a second? And just made it. It's the last thing they want. 2 byes.
Yes, and now was welcome defiance on the part of these 2 young foxes. Callum Parkinson, the captain. Lancastrian, Ben Mike, 32 not out on the back of his 99 not out against Middlesex.
And I think he's changed his line of attack now. And he's got a slip, which I think is far more sensible. And it's more or less a conventional field as he comes up now and bowls. That's a good-looking shot, but straight to the man on the drive, Carlson. So, again, I think easier for listeners to work it out. 95 for 7. That isn't the score, but I think that is the position of the game.
It is, and obviously still, therefore, Glamorgan very hot favourites indeed to go on and win it. But if these 2, for example, were to go through to lunch unparted, bat through the entire morning session, and batting as sensibly as they have, it could be an interesting afternoon session.
Neser bowled. That's a good-looking shot. 4 runs pitched up, and Neser is very much off colour this morning, but that was a lovely shot by Mike. He took advantage of a half volley and drove it through the covers. I think it all depends on the new ball.
Yes, and as I said, there'll be a lot of who wouldn't have anticipated it being a factor really this morning, but it looks like it's going to be.
Well, they can hold the bat, these 2 obviously. Well, especially Parkinson, because he comes in at number 9, but most...
Mike is a genuine all-rounder.
Yes.
Probably a batting all-rounder in terms of talent.
Neser again bowls. That's nudged away into the offside. Salter will field. And they're playing the right game here, because Callum is just Parkinson is just defending and nudging away and keeping his partner, more aggressive partner, keeping him company.
Well, that's his game. He's very hard to get out. He tends to get himself out once he gets to about this sort of score, 20, and then he starts to try and play a few shots, and sometimes...
Yeah, he was not out 27 in the first innings, so
yes,
he can hang around.
Oh, absolutely.
Neser to Mike, bowls to him, and it's brought a defensive response from Ben Mike as it plays out to cover.
And as captain, he'll feel an added sense of responsibility, but he's got a genuine batsman at the other end, and until Parkinson departs, if he's the first of these two to go, I don't think Mike will really sort of start trying to cut loose. He might do so once Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks are his partners, if we get to that stage.
Yeah. Neser bowls, and Mike is forward correctly, head over the front foot, and I strongly suspect that will be it for Neser for the time being. The score 216 for 7, 99 runs ahead, and
I'm a bit surprised that Neser's had these over.
I am too.
I'm not surprised he maybe had a little 2 or 3, but to keep going, I'd have thought Salter with a little bit of...
This is what I've just said. Salter, yeah, a bit of spin.
A little bit of finger spin in particular, because Parkinson got 1 or 2 to turn, didn't he, yesterday afternoon?
As we speak, Salter is rolling his arms just down here at mid-on.
Well, at
so
most he's going to get, 3 or 4 overs on that basis until the new ball.
Well, he is the premier spinner in the Glamorgan side. Not that his spin hasn't done much, apart from Labuschagne in the first innings. Took 3 wickets, but...
with skidders, though, really. Didn't really
exactly
turn it too much, but... So Parkinson
spun 1 ball to bowl Cook. Anyway, Lloyd is going to continue. He'll probably bowl up towards this 80th over.
In he comes from the river end and bowls straight to Parkinson. Nice high left elbow as the Lancastrian pushes it out to short mid-wicket where northeast is the fielder. Salter continues to loosen up at backward point, so I think we can be pretty sure he's going to come on and bowl the next over, give Neser a little break. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 60 for the Australian, so he's done a good job, and let's say Glamorgan still very much in the box seat as Lloyd bowls outside off stump, and it's guided by Parkinson out towards Salter at backward point. The lead now 99, so Glamorgan would have to score 3 figures to win the game. We looked a long way from that this morning, but this partnership now worth 58 for the 8th wicket, which is by some distance the biggest partnership of the innings, as in goes Lloyd and bowls. Parkinson is forward, thick inside edge, out into the onside. No run.
And no deviation, is there, from anyone really off the pitch? We haven't seen a lot of that. It's just been accurate bowling from Wright, Hogan and Neser up until this morning with Neser. You haven't got much movement.
Lloyd bustles in and bowls. Parkinson is driving pleasantly through the point area, or through the cover area really, out towards young Andy Gorvin, who's out there on the extra cover boundary. He's the sweeper out there. What Glamorgan haven't seen, which they'll be disappointed about, I suspect, is the variable bounce that looked to be increasing slightly yesterday. When I say variable, it tended to be balls that kept low rather than bounced.
They might be quite glad of it.
Well, possibly. In goes Lloyd and bowls. It's flicked on down the leg side, down to the fine leg boundary for 4 by Ben Mike. Rolled his fingers across the seam, tried to seam it in to Ben Mike, but got it a little bit wrong, a little bit short, and Mike could wait for it in the crease and then sort of turn and whip it away down to fine leg, and it was a sort of risk-free shot really by Mike. He picks up 4, moves on to 40, 221 for 7. The partnership is 63 now, the lead 104. Mike waits with bat raised as Lloyd is in, bowls to him on off stump. He leans forward, pushes it just wide of Salter at point, who has a little bit of ground to make up to the ball to his right. Immediately calls for the single, keeps the strike, moves on to 41. He's batted very sensibly this morning, Ben Mike, and as far as I'm aware, these two, there were a few leg before shouts early on.
No, they
Wheel had a good one, and
just going down, and there was another shout which was
indeed just hit him just outside the line of off stump, and Labuschagne had a shout for leg before as well, but they were all turned down. Since then, hasn't really been a chance. 222 for 7, the lead 105, and we are now going to see Andrew Salter.
Yes, and I think we've all been calling for this, just from a change of tempo, where it's been medium pace nearly all through the innings, apart from Labuschagne. And Glamorgan's only win this year came at Trent Bridge, where they chased there and very nearly got that dramatic win. Of course, we didn't think they were could get anywhere near it, to 3-3-1 last week. So if they do have to chase here, at the moment, there's so many overs on, they won't have to chase. But it'll be more difficult, or not so straightforward, I think, is the word to use, unless we see a record partnership for this wicket between these two.
64 it is now. So
Andrew Salter, then I would be inclined, perhaps not for Parkinson, but for Mike, to have a man back, just to stop him thinking of hitting over the top. So here's Andrew Salter with his off spin, comes in and bowls, and the first ball is a gentle off spinner, which is played out into the onside to Carlson, and the score remains on double Nelson, 2-2-2 for 7.
He played it gently, then he rehearsed a big hoik over mid-wicket, so we'll see.
In comes the next ball, and that's fairly innocuous little poke at the ball, and pushes it in front of him, probably having a look at him, and I don't know if he's played a lot against Andrew Salter, because he's been out of the side in the last couple of years, as he comes over the wicket now and bowls, and again pushes it up to Carlson on the drive. 3 dot balls.
10 wickets for Salter at 25 so far this season, so
it took 7 in one innings. Yeah, that's
7 for 45.
Salter in bowls, and Mike pulls out, chips that away on the onside for a gentle single, and the score advances 2-2-3 for 7.
I don't think Ben will change his approach now, as I say, until a wicket falls. There's no reason for him to do. They're playing fairly risk-free cricket at the moment, aren't they?
Solid cricket. I mean, there is going to be a change in the field, and for Parkinson, Salter's got a short leg. Then he comes and bowls to Parkinson. Parkinson has to adjust at the last moment with the ball. It just goes on with the arm. So just the single from this over, and there's 1 ball left. In comes Salter again and bowls to Parkinson, who has to play it away gently on the onside. Good over there by Salter, just the single. The score moves on to 2-23 for 7.
5 overs until the new ball is available, and I'm pretty sure it will be taken.
Especially
if we get to that point.
Yeah, Wogan hasn't had a ball this morning.
He hasn't.
So he'll be fresh.
So Lloyd is kind of working through these overs now. But I think the fact that Neser bowled, indication that he was hoping to have things well over by now in terms of the Leicestershire second innings, but these two proving stubborn and difficult to get out. Lloyd is in from the river end and bowls to Mike. Short, pulled around the corner, down to the wide backward square boundary for 4 by Ben. Mike picked his spot in between deep square James Harris and long leg Michael Neser, and neither had any chance of getting there.
No, it was a very gentle little short delivery, and just happened on its way for 4.
He didn't try and overhit it or anything like that, did he, when he could have top-edged it? Just put it away. Moves on to 46. 227 for 4. The lead, 110. Lloyd in again. Bowls outside off stump. Bounces a bit, and Cooke jerks his head back out of the way. His gauntlets up towards his chest. Couldn't hang on to the ball, but a little bit of extra bounce, perhaps. He's got his hands on his hips now, Chris Cooke.
Well, Labuschagne is at slip, and because probably Cooke is standing up, it's very a long way back for a slip.
He's quite deep, isn't he? Lloyd is in and bowls. Mike is driving pleasantly, and has he got it through? He has got it through. Wheel turns and chases after it. He's not going to get there, but 2 really good shots in this over so far from Ben Mike, and that is his 50. Well batted, consecutive half centuries for Ben Mike. He shakes hands with his captain Callum Parkinson, gets a clap on the back from Parkinson. 82 balls he has faced for his 50, and he has batted with considerable responsibility and style, Ben Mike, and he looks like a man in touch at the moment. 231 for 7, the lead now 114. Lloyd in again to Mike, a little bit short. He goes back, but calmly just turns it down into the ground, into the onside. Northeast is at shortish.
And you wonder how on earth he's come in so low. Batting above him has been very indifferent. I think surely he's more of a number 5 than where he's come in now. What did he come in? Number 8?
He came in at 8, and to be honest, yeah, probably possibly 7 might be better. In goes Lloyd, bowls driven in the air, but wide of the diving short over. Extra cover, and that's going to cross the ropes at extra cover. No chance of Gorvin getting there, and he is going to pick up 4 more, so 12 from the first 5 balls of the over. 3 boundaries for Ben Mike. Crashed that one away on the offside. Carlson flung himself to his left, but I don't think really he really had much chance of getting there. Mike on to 54, 235 for 7, the lead 118. Mike now 153 without being dismissed in his last 2 innings. Drives that one on, drives, but it bounces down. Hogan dives across, can't get there, but it was going fairly slowly, and Wheel running across from mid-off can get there. Even so, Mike calls Parkinson through for a single. Confirmation from Dr. Hignell, 82 balls and 8 fours for Ben Mike's 50. So what was that, 13 from that David Lloyd over. He had figures of 2 for 1 at one stage. He's now got figures of 2 for 40. 4 overs until the new ball.
Glamorgan have not helping themselves really here with some indifferent bowling. We saw Neser going for 12 in his comeback over, and there's going to be a change of bowling at this end, and just the 1 over from Salt. I suspect he'll go the other end because Lloyd is not bowling particularly well at the moment, and we'll probably see spin now for 3 overs each, 6 overs to go to the new ball, and Mike taking advantage before the new ball arrives, which Glamorgan will be hoping will do the trick. Labuschagne then, when bowling at this end, we haven't seen him at this end, and he'll be bowling to Mike, and quite a deep set field, man halfway back to the boundary, although he's coming into square leg, man on the mid-wicket boundary, and then an arc of 4, saving a single and a deep extra cover. And here is Labuschagne. Comes in, bowls the first ball to Mike, who pushes forward to a good length ball. They're rushing through these over now. Overs Glamorgan. They're -1 and rushing towards this new ball. As in comes Labuschagne, bowls. Mike is forward, plays it out to cover, and there's no run. Playing every ball on its merit is Greg Mike. Not Greg Mike. It is Greg Mike, isn't it? Yeah, Ben Mike. Ben Mike.
Greg's his dad.
Greg's his dad, yeah. He's short, and he gets a run up to deep extra cover. As the field comes, or is it going to stay the same? No, it's going to stay the same to Callum Parkinson, who's not out 18.
Benjamin Whitworth Munro Mike. Good name.
Yes. Here's the next delivery, which he gets right forward, who smothers any chance of spin. Plays it out to Carlson, filling on the drive.
John Mallett, Leicestershire's club photographer, came in for a chat this morning before the start of play.
In comes the next delivery, and again it's played for a single. They'll have to hurry, but it's no problem.
And he said that Ben had told him last night, he said, oh, don't worry, he said, I'll get that one that I didn't get at Lord's. And we were sort of laughing that maybe he meant just the one. Yeah. But, well, He was on 10 at the start of the day, and he's now 56 not out.
Never know.
You never know.
But a dangerous thing to say.
It is. Yes, Leicestershire fans be cursing me at the moment.
Last ball of the over. Labuschagne in and bowls, and this time he comes right forward. That's the end of the over. I have to depart. Nick will come back.
Well, Andrew Salter will, we think, resume the attack from the river end, having bowled a single over from this Cathedral Road end. So yes, he has. He switched ends. So hoping for a little more turn from that far end, the river end. The trees obviously now in pretty much full leaf along the river bank. Beautiful it was this morning. The Taff was pretty still. It's been flowing quite swiftly, I've noticed, in the first 3 mornings, but this morning it felt still, so maybe it was the turn of the tide or something like that.
Sunday, isn't it?
Still, it obeys the religious rules, does it?
It goes more slowly on a Sunday, having a day off.
Salter is in, bowls, good line, good length, draws Parkinson forward into a defensive shot, pushed out into the offside. Gorvin has come in from the cover boundary into a sort of conventional extra cover position, comes jogging in to pick up. He has got a short leg in he goes and bowls forward again. Parkinson, similar delivery, similar shot, this time Salter himself jogs out and picks up the ball. 238 for 7, the lead 121, so they've put together a partnership of 80, these two. Salter, a couple of steps, bowls forward, Parkinson again, 3 solid forward defensives, this time straight back up the pitch to Glamorgan's off spinner. From Leicestershire's left arm spinner. Couple of steps and bowls. Parkinson forward again. Thick outside edge this time. Sees the ball rather squirt out towards point. Didn't quite get it off the middle. Salter in again. Waiting for that one in the crease and a little bit late, dabs it again out to point. Callum Parkinson, arguably just beaten in the flight there by Salter. He wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back, played it off the pitch in the end, didn't really turn, in he goes and bowls. That's a more comfortable delivery because it's a bit shorter to deal with, played down into the ground. Salter fields maiden over, and then Parkinson immediately turned to David Lloyd and asked for permission to get the 12th man on for Leicestershire, who is watching him leap down the steps. It looks like Barnes, I think it is. He's taken over from Davis. Barnes it is who's brought out a pair of spare gloves, or at least he's got a towel on there. I think it's going to be the end of the next over when the new gloves are coming on.
I'm told the lady who is visible on the stream next to the bottom of the stairs is our cake provider, Sandra.
I hope she's listening. Give us a wave, Sandra, if you're listening. But yes, they've been absolutely delicious.
Labuschagne bowls and Mike drives straight to short extra cover, but on the bounce, and there is no run.
Well, she's still there at lunch. I'll pop across and thank you in person.
Labuschagne to Mike again, who hoiks that one straight. How far has that one gone? All the way is the answer to that one.
Arrow straight.
It was vigorous, that shot from Mike, to say the extreme, and yeah, quite cleanly struck. Short straight boundary. 62 to Mike, 244 for 7.
Things getting interesting.
Neser goes to retrieve the ball, which looks pretty battered, and
it's only got 10 deliveries left.
It's really not got an awful lot of redness on it, or certainly no shine whatsoever. It is about to be dispatched to the back of the cupboard somewhere. Labuschagne bowls on leg side and turned away by Mike towards mid-wicket. Gorvin does the fielding, and there is an easy single, 245 for 7. The lead is 128, and the momentum at the moment is with the Foxes, as Mike has led a counter-attack, and Parkinson has blocked. Now for Parkinson, a short leg is brought in. Carlson giving his best stare, and Carlson has to do a bit of fielding, but the ball played firmly down into the ground by Parkinson. And there's no run. 245 for 7, Leicestershire. So they've moved on from 158 for 7 overnight. New partnership has so far put together 87. As forward comes Parkinson to defend. No run. Probably last chance for Labuschagne in this particular little burst. 0 for 38 so far. Glamorgan desperate to break this 8th wicket partnership that's really holding up their victory hopes. But the last ball is defended by Parkinson. He's looked quite comfortable defending. And there's no run. 245 for 7 then. Leicestershire with Ben Mike 63 not out. Callum Parkinson is 19 not out. They've moved on from 158 for 7 today. And we will have the last over with the old ball to be delivered by Andrew Salter's off spin. Just his 3rd over, so he's definitely being used more as a opening bat than a bowler at the moment. Clock in the distance chiming the half hour. And Salter to bowl the last over with the old ball from the River Taff end. He'll be bowling it initially to Ben Mike as Chris Cooke makes various gestures as to where mid-wicket exactly should be. Former skipper, senior pro in the ranks. Salter bowls, and Mike squirts it away down towards 3rd man. Hogan retrieves from backward point, and there's no run. Excitement that you may catch on the effects microphone is a girls' hockey match being played behind us as Mike drives the next ball back to Salter on the bounce, fields in his follow-through on the newly resurfaced Wales National Hockey pitch behind us.
It's very fetching blue.
Very bright, isn't it? Yes, they've just relayed it. As a swing and a miss, and Chris Cooke claims the catch. Glamorgan are going up. Nothing given. Ben Mike swung furiously at that one. Chris Cooke juggled it. Thought he'd claimed it. Glamorgan looked pretty certain that that one would be given, but Mr. White said no.
Well, former spinner Rob White didn't turn. I don't know whether he was sort of expecting turn, but maybe it flicked the pad on the way through. So, appeal turned down. As
Salter bowls, and there's a token appeal for
might have turned
LBW. As we'll see the previous delivery, I think. Yeah. There's a swing and a well, I thought it was a swing and a miss. Chris Cooke, everyone went up immediately. They were convinced there'd been a touch on the way through. Salter bowls. Mike drives into the offside and takes a single.
Lloyd was absolutely convinced that slip. There was a noise. Perhaps he hit the ground with the bat, or either way, the appeals haven't gone Glamorgan's way this morning. A couple of good leg before shouts turned down pretty much first thing. And now an appeal for a catch behind also turned down. But Ben Mike, he's a bit of he's a kind of walker in a way, so he didn't think he'd hit it.
Parkinson faces up to Salter and defends the last ball of the 80th over. So in all probability this will be new ball time. Kieran Carlson slings a helmet at Chris Cooke, and helmets being removed from the field by Glamorgan 12th.
New ball being waved around by umpire Alex Wharf and handed to is it MG Hogan?
Yes, Michael Gary, I think.
That's a very good Aussie.
So Neser having been used with the old ball, Hogan takes it from this Cathedral Road end.
Let's see who bowls from Tupper.
Yeah, Harris hasn't had the best of games with the ball. Wheel, I suppose, bowled some time ago, so he's a possibility. Had the opening spell this morning.
Neser might claim to have recovered as well, but I'll go with Harris. We'll see. At the moment, Lloyd and Hogan carefully setting their field. Mike may have had a life, who knows? 64 not out, he's on now. Just a little bit of a rush of blood, but on the other hand it was kind of, I guess, understandable. Both mid-on, mid-off were up. It was the old ball. Tossed it up. Almost did it for Glamorgan. Lloyd is jogging back to first slip. Now Cook's still got his hands on his hips, as he's still not happy. I think he's still pretty convinced he had his man there. Hogan then is it me? Is in and bowls a little bit short. Mike is on the back foot defending on the off stump, dropping it out towards point. Salter clapping his hands runs in from point. Just wonder whether it might be worth having another over or two from Salter, really, with the harder ball.
Yeah,
the seam might just bounce and turn a little bit.
It's a thought. He hasn't exactly been overused at times this season. Andrew Salter claimed an unlikely career best on the last morning against Durham.
Hogan turns, runs in and bowls. He's on driven by Mike, but only as far as Neser, who's at mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, Durham were looking to score quickly for a declaration and kept on hitting the ball up in the air or charging past it. And he had 6 wickets inside 50 minutes of the last morning, which is quite some going. But you've got to bowl them straight in the first place.
New ball glinting in the sun, just the gold lettering catching the sun as Hogan is in. Bowls down the leg side, hit up in the air. He's going to be out this time. He's top edged it. Under it is Chris Cooke. He takes the catch. Mike has gone. He was trying to overhit it. He was trying to help it away down the leg side. It took a top edge. It flew high towards first slip. But understandably, Lloyd stepped back, and because it was a skyer, let Cooke with the gauntlets get underneath it, and Cooke made no mistake. Ben Mike cannot believe what has happened, but he's gone for 64, and Leicestershire, the partnership for the 8th wicket, comes to an end on 88. They're 246 for 8.
Well, Mike has taken an aggressive approach. Leicestershire needed to move their score on rather than just defend if they had a chance of escaping this game with a draw. But that's a fine innings by Ben Mike again in the second innings, but maybe not quite enough if Glamorgan do manage to knock over the tail. He came in with the score on 139 for 6. He's taken it on to 246 for 8. And his innings included 9 fours and 1 6, and came off 100 balls. So easy one to work out the strike rate.
Indeed, and he's crossed. I mean, in a way, it was a slightly unfortunate dismissal. He wasn't trying to overhit it, and I think deliberately so. He wasn't trying to smash it out of the ground. He was kind of trying to help it on its way down the leg side, but it was a sort of foolish swing of the bat. It wasn't a hard swing, but it was a foolish swing, and just mistimed. It took a leading edge, and it lobbed high up into the air, 20 feet or so, and Cooke had to wait for a couple of seconds underneath it, but made no mistake.
Strange, isn't it, how the same entry in the scorebook, Court Cook,
Yes.
can encompass a variety of dismissals. We've had one down the leg side, a couple of conventional nicks, and now one that went miles up in the air.
Interesting to see what Leicestershire approaches now. With the Wright can bat. He's got well over 1,000 first-class runs to his name, and Parkinson likewise has shown he can bat. And if these two, it won't be it's unlikely to be spectacular, as we won't be able to do a Mike who was just beginning to show signs of teeing off. But they can compile a decent partnership of 50 or so, drag the score up to a lead up to 150, 180. Hogan is in to right, who defends solidly enough, steps into the defensive push, out towards mid-on it goes.
Dave Jones says he's supported Glamorgan cricket and Cardiff City long enough to avoid even cautious optimism. Stephen Moss reckons Glamorgan overthinking this morning, should have opened with Hogan and Neser and 3 slips.
Labuschagne is warming up, but then he's always warming up, and I don't think we're going to see him again. Hogan is in bowls. Wright is stroking at the ball a little unconvincingly, takes a big thick inside edge and runs off down towards deep backward square leg. And it's a long leg. Wheel, who runs round and picks up down there, deep backward square, gets there before Harris, gets his throw away. Wright picks up a couple. He is off the mark, 248 for 8, the lead 131. At the moment, no concerns really. You wouldn't have thought for Glamorgan if it gets up to around. The pitch is playing so well, frankly, that 250 wouldn't be too much of a problem. You wouldn't have thought. Hogan bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before, but no, says umpire Worf. Hogan, hands on knees, looks at him quizzing. Oh, it was going down leg side. That's why he didn't give it. So a correct, I think, decision from umpire Worf. Applause, though, for Michael Hogan. A breakthrough made, and a welcome one, I suspect, judging by the warmth of the applause from the crowd.
So Worcestershire still 2 down, looking to bat out the day against Durham. 288 to win sounds improbable, but 154 for 2 still. As Ali and Jack Haynes both on 57 not out.
Here's an interesting one. It's going to be Gorvin.
Good
have a new
heavens.
ball.
Well, that's
he didn't come into our
that's a
discussions,
wild card. That's a wild card. Well, David Lloyd opened himself on a couple of occasions with the new ball at the start of an innings on a couple of times last season. That was under Chris Cooke's captaincy. So Gorvin being given a chance to pick up a first-class wicket as he races in towards us and bowls, and it's defended by Parkinson, and there's no run. Well, Gorvin is probably the 6th fastest bowler. Well, if you count Labuschagne's seam, is probably more towards medium than any of 6 other options on the Glamorgan side, but doesn't have to be pace that gets you out, as he's in to bowl outside off stump, and Parkinson plays no shot. 2 slips have been offered, with Lloyd at first and North East at second, but they're a little bit closer and a little bit squarer than you would expect slips to normally be. Quite large gaps between them and the keeper. Gorvin bowls and Parkinson drives all along the ground to mid-off aggressively, but hitting the fielder. So the debutant Gorvin is being given a chance to show what he can do again. He's been tidy with the ball, going at just over 2 and over, but not threatening with that delivery as it's through wide outside off stump, and Parkinson is happy to allow it to go through. Chris Cooke is standing back at the moment. He has stood up to both Gorvin and Lloyd at times during this match.
I wonder what Harris is thinking right now. Maybe he's got a nickel.
As Gorvin bowls and Parkinson pushing forward. Ball runs out on the leg side off the inside edge. Harris does the fielding. Well, he's looked out of sorts in this match, Harris, and to a certain extent last week at Derby as well, having performed pretty well in his first couple of appearances, so maybe he'll take a break at Durham. As Gorvin bowls, and it's again clipped to Harris at mid-wicket by Parkinson, 248 for 8, as Leicestershire lead by 131 runs with 17 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch, although of course the delights of 9 wickets down, if we get to that stage, might mean play on.
It's a possibility. Yeah, it was a sort of respectable maiden from Gorvin, really, but as we've been saying, that his lack of sort of pace makes it a little bit surprising. He's got the new ball. Hogan is in from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, bowls onto middle and leg, right, waiting for it, turns it down towards backward square. Wheel comes in from long leg to field. The single is taken right onto 3, 249 for 8, the lead 132. 68.5 overs remain. Long time really before we start doing equations in that respect, and I don't think Glamorgan would chase anything sort of under 8 and over really. Hogan is in, bowls slightly short, outside off stump, up on his toes is a relatively diminutive Parkinson, blocking it out into the offside. Applause from North East at second slip.
Yeah, well, they had a good go at 3:30 off 55 last week. Took the chase to the last 2 overs till they threatened to run out of wickets.
Well, they're going to need, one would imagine, rather less than that, or fewer than that. In goes Hogan and bowls, line and length on off stump. Parkinson is forward, determinedly pushing the ball out into the offside. Labuschagne picks up, and then he wanders across to talk to Kieran Carlson, making suggestions perhaps, hands it to Carlson, who in turn hands it to Hogan, who says something. Well, Carlson has said something hysterically funny, judging by Hogan's reaction. And he's laughing now, having put a hand on Carlson's shoulder. There's nothing wrong with the spirit out there. In goes Hogan and bowls. Parkinson forward, a little bit squared up, thick outside part of the bat, sees the ball run along the ground out towards Salter at point.
I think Hogan has got the finishing line in sight of his professional career and is determined to enjoy it as much as he can while he's still in it.
An understandable and entirely praiseworthy attitude. If so, I suspect you're right. Turns, shirt hanging out of his trousers a little bit, rather lopes in, and bowls, and a line and length again, and forward solidly goes Callum Parkinson on off stump, pushing it out to Labuschagne in the covers.
Though he did admit that things were creaking a little bit more these days.
The demise of Mike means that the runs that were coming have dried up a little bit as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Parkinson's 19 has come off 92 balls. And he'll be wondering really about changing his role, his attitude, as Hogan is in, bowls to him, and he just defends back down the pitch. A good straight delivery. Again, at the moment, showing no signs of change of approach. Perhaps it was no point, I suppose, really, if he's not getting out, can try and keep picking up his ones and twos here and there and get through to lunch, which is now only 13 minutes away, perhaps.
Well, they managed 43 for the 9th wicket in the first innings, so I suppose a repeat of that would probably be acceptable for Leicestershire cause.
Well, Wright is more inclined, or will be more inclined, to go for his shots, I think.
Well, we'll see now as he faces up to the Glamorgan medium pacer, Andy Gorvin, who has 2 slips. And there's a big appeal for LBW. Up goes the finger. Andy Gorvin has his first class wicket. Celebrations all round And Chris Wright has gone for 3. Leicestershire are 249 for 9.
Well, we were rather questioning the introduction. Ooh, oh, that's looked a bit leg side-ish. Goodness me. No, that was Hogan, wasn't it, before? That replay we've just seen, which is why it was turned down. That wasn't the delivery. So we'll have another look at that. But we were questioning the introduction or the fact that Corvin got the new ball, and we were wrong, basically, because he got that one to move back in to Wright, who looks very disappointed as he walks off. But we'll wait and see a proper replay. I think this might be it. Yes, it is. Just about on off stump. It's probably fair enough.
Yeah.
It might just any question might have been whether it hit him outside the line.
Yes, it certainly would have gone on to strike the stumps. I
think so. So big. We might be a delayed luncheon now, unless of course a wicket falls immediately.
Yeah.
The last wicket falls immediately, but they're going to need Bjorn Hendricks, Leicestershire, to do something like he did against. What's he call him? Bjorn. Bjorn.
It's the
that's
Afrikaans.
The Welsh pronunciation.
The Welsh Afrikaans version, is it? I presume it's an Afrikaans name, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah. Bjorn. Beuran.
I have trouble with South African names in the context of a rugby commentary, because you've got your English-derived names, you've got your Afrikaans-derived names, and the Xhosa-derived names, which contain a click, which I think is impossible for the European tongue to fully master. When I learnt that player had been pronouncing as Maxoli Mapimpi should have had a click halfway through the first name.
How does that? Well, you have to do it for me.
There's Gorvin bowls and last man Hendricks defends on the offside. Well, if you imagine the X replaced by a click, it's very difficult to pull off.
As in like a tut or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yes, but in mid. Yes,
in mid name, which naturally comes fine to a South African voice, but not to us. Gorvin bowls on the legs, turned on the leg side. They'll go through for a quick single. Harris in the end doesn't shy at the stumps, but it's Hendricks off the mark. That would have put the tin lid on it had they had a run out there.
Brings up the 250, but Hendricks sort of strolled up the other end. Parkinson, startled, scuttled down, but as you say, Harris didn't
If that had Labuschagne, it would have been arrowing somewhere towards one set of stumps or other. Gorvin bowls, Parkinson defends towards mid-on. The ball doesn't get as far as mid-on because Carlson has wandered in from mid-wicket.
Well, he's only got 90-odd runs in total, Bjorn Hendricks, so far this season, but he's faced an awful lot of balls, well over 300.
As down the wicket comes Parkinson and takes advantage of the lack of leg side fielders. In fact, he's cleared them, and Michael Hogan had missed sight of the ball anyway on the fine leg boundary because he was covering his head. He had no idea where it was. It was on the legs. It's poor delivery, and struck away for 6 by Callum Parkinson. 256 for 9.
Hogan actually ducked.
Yeah.
So I don't, not that the ball was anywhere really near him, but because he'd lost sight of it, he wasn't sure, and he was sort of cowering rather long leg. A nice pickup by Parkinson. Had it hit him, it would have been a certain amount of laughter, but a certain amount of comment as well, I suspect.
Parkinson to 25. Gorvin bowls, and another big swing sends this one straight back over the bowler's head. Labuschagne is giving chase, slips, and I think he's carried it over. He signalled there, I think, or by his actions in not returning it immediately. got the message over to the umpire that, oh dear, as Parkinson all of a sudden opening his arms against the medium pace of Gorvin. Labuschagne stopped, but instead of tapping it back, he looked to pick up and throw in the one movement, and his knee slid back against the ropes. So 6 and a 4 to Parkinson, take him on to 29, 260 for 9. Change of tactics from Leicestershire.
Yes. Interestingly, given that there is only 7 minutes to lunch, but nonetheless, Parkinson not showing a great deal of confidence in Bjorn Hendricks. Hogan is in to Hendricks, short, looking to pull. Doesn't get anything on it, bounces through to Cooke behind the stumps. In a way, it's been there'll be a certain amount of, well, there'll be a lot of frustration, I think, in the Leicestershire dressing room. The way that Parkinson, Mike, in particular, batted this morning shows what could have been achieved had a couple of batsmen applied themselves first or second innings, really.
Too late in proceedings, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's given the scoreboard a certain respectability as Hendricks swings and misses again. Very flat-footed swing. It bounced through again to Cooke. It was a messy piece of cricket, really, all the way around. It was a slightly shortish and not a great delivery from Hogan. It was an unpleasant sort of smearing swing and a miss from Hendricks, who is called by Parkinson, who's about half his height. Not really, but you know what I mean. And given a little lecture of sorts. Look, I'll do the swinging, you just keep it out. Hogan around the wicket to Hendricks, who does then defend on the back foot, turns it out towards mid-wicket, where Northeast has been posted, having been at second slip earlier in the over.
Leicestershire's next opponent, Sussex, declared on 335 for 4, with Pujara 170 not out. Middlesex chasing 370 to win at Hove are 21 for 1.
Could get interesting down there on the south coast this afternoon. They lost a lot of cricket yesterday, didn't they? In goes Hogan, bowls onto the legs of Hendricks, who tries to turn it away, doesn't get anything on it. It hits the pad or thigh pad and bounces down in front of him.
They've had various degrees of murk, I think, at Hove. Rolling in off the sea. Ben Stokes still wicketless for Durham, despite his batting heroics. Worcestershire 161 for 2. Haven't lost any this morning.
Hogan, 2 balls left in this, his 13th over of the innings. Bowls full to Hendricks, but it's on his toes and he's able to clip it away down towards mid-wicket. He's turning for the second. He's even having to accelerate a little bit, which doesn't come instinctively naturally to Bjorn Hendricks, but he does get the afterburners lit and the hurry up on. It wasn't the greatest of throws, in fairness, from Harris out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Certainly wasn't over the stumps. Cooke had to come scrambling out to clean it up. So in the end, a comfortable 2 for Bjorn Hendricks, moves on to 3, 262 for 9, the lead 145. Hogan to finish his over is in. Hendricks swings high, but it's going to be short of Harris down there on the square leg boundary. He did start running in, realised he wasn't going to get there, fielded on the bounce. Hendricks picks up 1, keeps the strike, so whatever Parkinson says to him, perhaps it wasn't. Don't keep swinging. Perhaps he's saying, yeah, go on, see if you can pick up a few as well. So with that single, Hendricks keeps the strike. There'll be at least, obviously there'll be 1 more over before lunch, but we were thinking that they might extend it because 9 wickets are down.
It's generally the case, isn't it? At Southampton, where they had a late lunch yesterday for that very reason, Gloucestershire 169 for 3, needing a further 199 to beat Hampshire. George Scott made 77 as opener. Gorvin in to the left-handed Hendricks, who pushes forward defensively, no run. Miles Hammond is 48, not out. Doesn't look like they are, well, I suppose that game could go anyway, because although Gloucestershire are scoring fairly slowly, only 100 a session needed were they to get within range. Gorvin to Hendricks turns down to fine leg. They set off fast. It's between 3 fielders and they will come back for a second. Carlson with a throw and Hendricks was home. Cooke didn't bother to take off the bails, but that was well deflected by Hendricks in the middle of 3 fielders. Mid-wicket, deep square leg and fine leg all charging in.
It's quite a sort of neat dive by the big man as well. He sort of skidded in on one pad and then immediately picked himself up again.
Gorvin bowls and Hendricks forces out into the offside, but there's a scrambling stop from Andrew Salter. 265 for 9. The lead 148 is for Leicestershire. It's been generally a good morning for them, but Glamorgan finally picking up the wicket of Mike for 64, quickly followed by that of Wright for 3. Falling to Gorvin, his maiden wicket, as Hendricks clips another one off his legs, and Carlson comes sprinting in from square leg to do the fielding. Single taken, so Leicestershire have already added 16 for this last wicket, with 10 of those coming in a couple of blows as Parkinson hit Gorvin for 6 and 4 immediately on the fall. Almost immediately on the fall of the 9th wicket. Gorvin to Parkinson on the back foot. Plays to cover northeast fields. No run. Andrew Gorvin, a surprise choice as far as this box is concerned from the new ball. And forcing shot by Parkinson off the back foot, but picks out northeast at cover, and there's no run. 266 for 9. Leicestershire lead by 149. Only in the 7th over, coming up with the new ball. Haven't been too many no balls delivered by Glamorgan, unlike the Leicestershire experience, handing over 38 runs from 19 over steps. We've just had 1 so far from Glamorgan in this innings. Mike's 64, coming off 100 deliveries. Hogan then, from the Cathedral Road end as we go into overtime, bowls a short ball that Hendricks swings at and misses. Through to Cooke. Hendricks is not going to hang around, I don't think. Both batsmen looking to put bat firmly to ball, given half a chance. 266 for 9. As Hogan is into left-handed Hendricks, 1 slip, and Hendricks is bowled. There we are. That is it for the Leicestershire innings. They're all out for 266. Hendricks is bowled by Hogan, and Glamorgan will need 150 to win when play resumes in 40 minutes' time. Parkinson is left 29 not out. Hogan has 3 wickets in the innings, including 2 this morning, and Gorvin has his first wicket in a first-class game for Glamorgan. Hendricks goes for 7. Parkinson 29 not out. Leicestershire 266 all out. Update for BBC Radio Wales follows shortly. Otherwise, we will resume commentary at 20 to 2. The resistance has just ended. Leicestershire have been bowled out for 266 in their second innings, so Glamorgan will need 150 to win this afternoon, with Michael Hogan picking up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall today. Andrew Gorvin got the other. That's his first in first-class cricket for Glamorgan. Ben Mike was the main obstacle. He finished with 64 off 100 balls. Callum Parkinson was 29 not out. Leicestershire 266 all out. Glamorgan need 150 for their second championship win of the season.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, during this, the lunch interval, I'll give you the bowling figures in just a moment. So Leicestershire 266 all out. In that total there were 4 byes, 7 leg byes, 2 wides and 2 no balls, a total of 18 extras. The Glamorgan bowling figures: Michael Neser 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 60. Michael Hogan 13.2 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 33. James Wheel 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. James Harris 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 19. Manus Labuschagne 13 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 38. Andy Gorvin 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 28. David Lloyd 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40. And Andrew Salter 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 2. So, as you can see on the digital scoreboards, Glamorgan will need 150 in the remaining 64 overs. I have some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start on day 4 of all of the LV Insurance County Championship matches, starting at the Ageas Bowl, where Gloucestershire are 181 for 3, requiring a further 187 runs to beat Hampshire. At Hove, Middlesex are 22 for 1, requiring a further 348 runs to defeat Sussex. At Chelmsford, Essex are 19 without loss, trailing Yorkshire by 43 runs. At New Road in Worcester, Worcestershire are 161 for 2. So Worcestershire require a further 281 to defeat Durham. Durham need a further 8 wickets. And in the game at Old Trafford, Warwickshire in their second innings are 85 for 1, leading Lancashire by 300. Leading Lancashire by 39 runs. I do apologise. Now, I've got a latest score from High Wycombe, where there's a game today in the National Counties T20 competition, where Wales National County made 161, Morgan Bevans made 62, and in the 8th over of their reply, Buckinghamshire are 45 for 3, with Kieran Bull having taken 2 wickets. Don't forget, those are back-to-back games, so we'll bring you further news of that game in due course. Glamorgan Cricket, once again, would like to welcome everyone here today to Sophia Gardens. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. So if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to a steward or member of staff. And don't forget, cricket is a game for everyone, so thank you so much for joining us in raising the game. I'm delighted to say as well, ladies and gentlemen, that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds. And please do not carry any drinks out with you onto the outfield. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the international T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July, when England meets South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the special ticket packages for the forthcoming matches, as well as the matchday hospitality packages available in the T20 Blast as well as the 100. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook are available for purchase via electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. Because there's currently no public access beneath the Castell Power stand, you can access the club shop by exiting back out through Gate 4, strolling back down the lane and re-entering via Gate 2. And don't forget that, as always, in the Glamorgan shop, there's a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica kit, to be purchased. If you're seeking a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, they're also available from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And if you're seeking refreshments, don't forget that food and drink can be purchased, again, using electronic means from the kiosk in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion, whilst vending machines are situated at the rear of the indoor school.
Okay. Yep. Yes, Glamorgan need 150 to win this match. Leicestershire bowled out on the stroke of lunch for 266 after some strong resistance today, led by Ben Mike with 64 and Callum Parkinson 29 not out. But Wrexham fan David Lloyd eventually got his bowling changes right. Michael Hogan took 2 wickets and Andy Gorvin on debut also claimed a wicket. Leicestershire eventually bowled out for 266, and on a placid pitch, Glamorgan should be big favourites to record their second championship win of the season and leave David Lloyd happy for more than one reason, Chris.
To open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, David Lloyd and Andrew Salter. And to open the bowling for Leicestershire at the River End, Chris Wright.
And welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the start of the Glamorgan chase of 150 to win against Leicestershire. Chris Wright is opening the bowling. The first delivery to David Lloyd, a dot ball. Commentary team, Edward Bevan, Richard Ray alongside me, and myself, Nick Webbers. Right from the River Taff end is in to bowl to David Lloyd, who works on the leg side for the first runs of the afternoon, because that's gone for 4. Down towards backward square, Glamorgan chasing 150 to win, a 4 without loss.
Yeah, not the best ball that Chris Wright has ever bowled. Speared down the leg side, rather. It's helped on its way by Lloyd, calmly. Had a walk across the outfield at lunch. I was trying to find Sandra to say thank you for all the cakes, but I couldn't. If she's listening, thank you very much.
Here comes Wright to bowl to Lloyd, who is hit on the thigh as he tries to work onto the leg side. David Lloyd, who was joking, would be inclined to drop himself down the order to catch the second half of the Wrexham game. But no, he's still opening the batting. They're doing pretty well. Wrexham 2-0 up at half-time against rivals Stockport.
They need to win for...
As Wright is in to bowl and Lloyd plays on the onside. Make that 3-0. They
confirm there. Didn't you say they were confirmed in the playoffs or something?
Yeah, they're in the playoffs, but I think that they'd go level on they'd go level on points with Stockport at the top, although Stockport still have a game in hand. So Wrexham outside bat for the top spot, but doing well as Wright bowls, and Lloyd again flicks this one off his legs this time. It's down to Hendricks at fine leg, and it is just a single 5 without loss, chasing 150. Leicestershire's over rate. Wow, -4.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something about that. So I expect to see Callum Parkinson bowling himself, certainly as, and also probably, might see a few little seamers from Louis Kimber or someone like that as they look to reduce that a little bit later on.
As Wright is into bowl and beats the outside edge of Salter's bat. Salter still battling to come to terms with his role as an opener. Made a respectable 26 in the first innings. I guess Glamorgan would settle for that. 5 without loss, chasing 150.
They did run between overs there, Leicestershire, so they are aware. But at the moment, they're concentrating on trying to take wickets. That was a lovely ball from Wright. Finally got it right towards the end of his over, and a little bit too good from Salter. That just straightened nicely through the air. Just the 2 slips then for Bjorn Hendricks, who's going to open the bowling from the Cathedral Road end of the ground as he comes in and bowls to Lloyd, who is leaving outside off the stump. He remains on 5. Salter yet to face a... oh no, he did face one, of course he faced one.
He faced one, he yet to make contact.
He got a good one first up. Rishi Patel and Louis Kimber, the two slips, otherwise pretty conventional field, including a third man and a long leg, as in goes Hendricks, bowls very wide outside off stump. Lloyd steps across but leaves his bat raised. Many cheers still coming from the National Hockey Centre behind us.
Hockey gals are getting excited.
It was I only saw about 5 minutes worth, and I must have seen about 8 goals. It was extraordinary, really. You go to one end and you score.
Defending optional.
Yeah, it completely was. Hendricks is in. Bowls driven very pleasantly for 4. Over pitched on off stump, and Lloyd, not messing around, punched it away very straight through the offside. And no chance for Parkinson at mid-off to get across and cut it off. And as I was saying, walking across the outfield, it was very, very hard, and the grass is very, very short, so lightning fast.
Yes, David Lloyd, if they are in the playoff final at Wrexham, he won't be able to go to it because they're playing Surrey here at Glamorgan on the same afternoon.
Hendricks in again to Lloyd, who's back defending.
Which is
straight delivery.
Which is June the 5th, also the day of Wales's World Cup qualifying final playoff, and some disquiet in North Wales that Wrexham could well be playing a vital game on the same afternoon as Wales, which is not great planning.
At the same time as well.
Not quite the same time.
But overlapping in some way, as Hendricks is in past umpire Wharf and bowls. A little bit of swing back in, thick inside edge from Lloyd as he works it out into the leg side, but he's going to pick up 2 because there's a long chase around from the long leg boundary for Scott Steele. Gets his throwaway. Lloyd into double figures onto 11, all 11 of Glamorgan's runs.
Well, the Wales game down the road is at 5 o'clock. Wrexham, I presume, is 3. Glamorgan are slated to be taking on Surrey at 2:30, but that may be brought forward to avoid clash with Wales.
Hendricks is in. Bowls short outside off stump. Not a great delivery left by Lloyd. End of the over. No, not the end of the over. There's going to be. Well, it was a no ball then. Another no ball to add to the 19 in the first innings. So. And umpire Wharf wanders out as well. So 13 without loss, then 11 to Lloyd. And 20 now, I believe, no balls. There was 19 in the first innings, 20 now. 40 runs donated by Leicestershire. Hendricks is in, bowls driven for 4 again. Over pitched on off stump, I suppose trying to give it the chance to swing, but well over pitched, and Lloyd, just as he did earlier in the over, tucked in really, just didn't have to take a big stride, just thumped it very straight, punched it away very straight, picks up 4, and Glamorgan have already reduced the target from 150 to 133 in terms of runs needed. They are 17 without loss after just 2 overs.
Well, that's the captain leading from the front, David Lloyd, not hanging around. The 2 umpires are having a little chat.
What about, do you think? Somebody said something.
Umpire Wharf is on the walkie-talkie.
Everybody's looking now down below us and each other.
I presume he's on the walkie-talkie to either the scorers or the ground staff.
I'll check that
Maybe
afterwards.
a bit of...
Hendricks said something.
Wright is in to bowl to Salter and beats him again as he did in the first over.
Yeah, poor Andrew Salter's had 2 deliveries, both of which have been jaffers, as they sometimes say, the cricketers.
Yeah, at least he didn't get a touch on either of them. Patel is at first slip, Kimber is at second. There is a third man. They're not risking Edward Bevan's wrath as Wright is in to bowl to Salter, and he does bring third man into play with a thick edge safely through third slip for a single to get off the mark. 18 without loss, Glamorgan chasing 150.
I did mention earlier in the game that Leicester have to be very careful about not incurring the wrath of the match officials. They have a suspended sentence hanging over their heads. One more offence could see a trigger of a 12-point deduction.
As Wright is in to bowl and Lloyd defends. Yes, I think David Lloyd incurred the wrath of the umpires at Derby for a vociferous dressing room reaction, which may have been overheard, to his being adjudged out.
Okay.
It's no immediate consequences, but he'll need to tone it down. Wright bowls, and Lloyd again works backward of square on the onside, and they'll jog back for a couple of runs. As Glamorgan move on to 20 without loss, still trying to work out what the umpires might have been concerned about. There's someone sitting in the stand that's meant to be empty. I don't know if the umpires would be concerned about that when the stewards...
He's not behind the bowler's arm.
Is now. Wright is in to bowl, and Lloyd deflects it, whether deliberately or not, down to third man. And goes through for a single. Not quite sure whether he's trying to leave. We've seen a few of those, unless that's
another steward's moving towards him.
An accredited photographer. Doesn't look like it. And the photographers usually wear the green bibs. And I was just talking to the Glamorgan snapper anyway, and it's not him. As Wright is into ball to Salter, who's beaten again. He's having an awful time against Chris Wright. Is Andrew Salter at the moment as he pushed forward, and a little bit of way movement actually saved Salter because it shaved the off stick on the way through. 21 without loss.
Yeah, Leicestershire haven't covered themselves with glory in the game, but Wright and one or two others haven't been particularly fortunate either. Lots of comment already coming in from Leicestershire members, the chief stewards, checking that gentleman's accreditation or ticket. Hendricks, in the meantime, continues from the Cathedral Road end and bowls in swing, clipped to mid-wicket neatly by Lloyd, but a good falling stop to his right by Hassan Azad means, well, saves Wright a chase back to deep mid-wicket. 21 without loss remains the score. Just in case Glamorgan supporters are concerned, there are still best part of 61 overs left, so the run rate required is minimal, really. Currently it's 6.5. They need to score it less than 2 and over. That's not a factor. Hendricks round the wicket, bowls and is driven for 4. Over pitches on off stump. Lloyd again tucks in, and Parkinson resigned. The skipper turns and chases it, and I think 2 overs might be Hendricks' lot here. He's the subject of much comment from several Leicestershire supporters. Bjorn Hendricks. Foxy Phil, if he plays next game, I give up. He says Barnes is so much better in every way. Van Gogh Foxy will be rested surely. He's the worst over... No. And another one for Lloyd, outside off stump from Hendricks, staying round the wicket, cracked away by Lloyd, who is looking to end this early, but again it's another half volley. And Lloyd has moved on to 26. He's only faced 18 deliveries, Glamorgan 29 without loss.
They're into the second half at the racecourse. He's not going to get to watch it unless he goes absolutely Stokes-esque.
Hendricks is in to him again when he's going to pick up more runs there as he guides one. It wasn't quite a half volley on that occasion. He got forward and guided it down through the sort of gully area down towards third man and has to settle for 1. Moves on to 27 from 19 balls. Andrew Salter's faced 4 balls, 3 of which have been, they've all been pretty good actually, so he'll be glad to be down facing Hendricks. He's faced 4 balls from Chris Wright, got beaten 3 times and a thick outside edge with the other. But but he's still there. The run rate at the moment over 8, 30 without loss off 3.4. Hendricks is in. Salter is going to pick up another single. He went back to a more respectable delivery from Hendricks just outside off stump and guided it down through that vacant gully area down to third man. Vian Mulder looking a little despondent down there. Walks back towards the rope. 31 without loss. Glamorgan.
Yes, it's cause for despondency the way David Lloyd's approaching things.
Hendricks is in to him. He leaves outside off stump, and you know when he's left the ball, David Lloyd, because he doesn't just lift the bat over the line. Goodness, it wasn't far from off stump actually. He pulls the bat right out of the line and almost sort of steps across, almost following the ball rather. But well, whether Hendricks will get another over, I don't know.
Steve West at the interval tweeted that it wasn't quite as rosy as expected, but should be gettable within 40 overs. But the way David Lloyd's gone off like a train, it may now be possibly less than that. As Wright starts his third over, 0 for 9. Bowling to Salter, who will run that one down to third man again, and his first 3 singles have come with very similar shots. So no cause for concern in these. No real cause for concern. Salter's been beaten several times by Wright, as Richard said. But 32 already on the board, and the approach from Lloyd has taken the pressure off Salter, really. All he has to do is try and hang around. Wright in to bowl to Lloyd, who gets a thick outside edge. Down to third man. Hassan Azad scampers in to keep them down to a single. 33 without loss. Lloyd has 28 of them.
In all seriousness, if they'd crept along to sort of 4 or 5, 1 or 2 per over, something like that, been all care and attention, it could have sort of got a little bit nervy, but this racing start, express start by Lloyd has sort of taken away any real nerves that you would have thought that might have been around the Glamorgan dressing room.
Wright is in to bowl, and Salter defends to mid-on. And that's all he has to keep doing, really, just picking up the singles, Salter, while Lloyd is blasting away.
Looking at 23 points from the game, Glamorgan. Leicestershire just the 5 will be left at the bottom of the second division. 3 defeats, 3 consecutive defeats, 3 consecutive heavy defeats.
33 for naught as Wright is in to bowl to Salter, who works it on the leg side. Thinks about a single, but decides correctly that there's no need to risk it. So Glamorgan dismissed Leicestershire for 266. If you have just joined us, Ben Mike and Callum Parkinson provided considerable resistance for more than 3/4 of the morning session before Mike was caught behind off a skyer with the first over of the new ball, Michael Hogan. As Wright bowls outside off stump, and no shot played through to Swindells wide. On Mike's dismissal, Andrew Gorvin then claimed his maiden first-class wicket when he had Chris Wright adjudged leg before, and Michael Hogan finished things off. 3 for 33 he finished with in decisive style when he removed Hendricks's stump. 33 for naught. Wright into Lloyd, who drives pleasantly into the offside, but hitting the fielder Mike at cover. 33 for naught. Lloyd 28. Salter is 3.
Does Hendricks get another? He wouldn't if I was captain, but he looks like he is going to get another.
Well, Parkinson needs to get himself on fairly quickly, you would have thought.
For every sort of reason, really. Might go with Ben Mike or something like that. Just try something. Because Hendricks 2 overs for 22 runs. Well, perhaps he's going to take a hat-trick now. He comes in around the wicket to David Lloyd. It's a full delivery, swinging into the bottom of Lloyd's pad as he tries to whip it away on the leg side. Rather got away with that one. Hendricks, there is nobody out on the leg side of boundary with the exception of Steele down there at long leg. There's just Azad at conventional mid-wicket, right at mid-on. There's a bit of a sense of Leicestershire going through the motions here. Still need another 117 to win the game. Glamorgan, as Hendricks is in. That's a better straighter delivery. Lloyd, with plenty of time, defends on the back foot. Blocks it out into the onside, no run.
But really, if Leicestershire don't claim a wicket in the next 20 or 30 runs, they might as well address themselves to the over rate rather than taking wickets.
Indeed.
Being the main objective.
At the moment they're looking at least 1 point deducted, aren't they? You would have thought. Hendricks is in, bowls, line and length on off stump. This is better, and half forward. Lloyd presses, pushes the ball out towards Mike, who's at extra cover. Well, Parkinson is just beginning to do a few sort of little side stretches and swings of his arms. He doesn't hurry through his overs, Hendricks. So stroll back to his mark, runs in now and bowls short and whipped away off the hip by Lloyd, and he's cross with himself. Immediately realised he'd clipped it more or less straight to Scott Steele down there at long leg, and he raised his eyes to the heavens as he jogged the single because he'll feel he missed out on picking up a 4. He moves on to 29 from just 25 balls. Salter back on strike. Parkinson kicks out his legs at mid-off, so he's going to bring himself on shortly. In goes Hendricks and bowls, forces Salter back onto his stumps with a decent delivery on off stump, decent in terms of length and line. Salter defends solidly enough out into the offside. How are we doing for time? I'll finish this over and should be good. Have you got an update just after 2 as well? Yeah. Big build-up for Leicester City's game against, I should know whom. They're at home to somebody anyway. They're at home to somebody. Oh, probably somebody important. In goes Hendricks and bowls and bounces off the thigh pad of Salter. Bounces out down towards second slip, but almost beaten for pace. When he does actually bend his back, Hendricks, he can make it hurry through. They're at home to Everton, so, well, Leicester City's season is kind of at an end, but that's a huge game for the visitors. End of the over. Glamorgan are 34 without loss, needing 150 to win.
Thank you to Richard Ray. Should hopefully be a BBC Radio Wales update fairly shortly. As Wright turns in the distance to go into his 4th over. He's been much the tidier of the Leicestershire opening bowlers, and Lloyd, though, tries to disprove that as he works it through mid-wicket. That one may run away up towards the family stand, though it's just about flicked back inside the boundary, and they will settle for 3 as Glamorgan move on to 37 without loss. And Lloyd rattles on to 32 not out. As Leicestershire have posted now Patel at 2nd slip and Kimber at 4th effectively. Right bowls and Salter is beaten again for about the 5th time by Chris Wright. Edward Bevins alongside me.
I think for an opening batsman in Championship cricket, you must have played the great Glamorgan players in the past, Hugh Morris, Alan Jones. They always started their careers about 5 or 6. I sympathise with Andrew Salter, who has to open the innings against some very good bowling.
Wright is in to bowl to Salter, who defends on the offside No run. Well, he's an experienced player at 7 or 8, isn't he, I suppose? But that is quite a leap.
He's coming in when the shine is off most of the time, and you can play through the ball. But you think of very good bowlers. You've got opening bowlers in Division 2, Shahid, Chris Rushworth, Wright is a fine bowler. And it's not easy, is it?
Certainly isn't. But he's hanging in there. And that'll do at the moment as Wright is in and Salter works down towards backward square. That'll be just the single. 38 for 2 for naught are Glamorgan. Lloyd 32. Salter is on 4. And there's been a 20th snowball in the match from Leicestershire.
Have you ever opened the batting? Probably did in college.
Not since I was a kid. No, well, briefly when I was a sort of emergency opener in my 20s occasionally.
It's not the easiest job.
Wright is in. Bowls. Sure. Lloyd drives through the offside. That'll be 4.
He's such an attractive player, a player on the eye when he's in form. Never forget that 97 he scored against Kent some years ago in a 2020 match. Not many went in the air. They were all like that shot, and he's proved here now. And as a captain, he's leading the way, 42 without loss, and we're only just come to the end of the 7th over. 6 and over. With Glamorgan only need just over 2.
As Leicestershire will have to consider changing the bowling pretty rapidly as Wright bowls and Lloyd defends to mid-off as they jog around between overs. Leicestershire, that ominous -4 on the scoreboard for their over 8. If that were to remain the case, they'd take 1 point from this game, which is pretty nicely miserable return, really. Yeah, here comes the...
Not before time. 3 overs for 23 is not a good start for the overseas player, and he's, I don't know, laconic perhaps is the kindest word to use. I haven't seen him geeing the players up. An overseas bowler you'd expect to do an overseas signing, and he started off not at pace. The keeper could have stood up for him. Parkinson then to bowl his first ball. He's bowling at Salter, and Salter just gently nudges it away past square leg for a single. 43 without loss. I don't know if I'm a bit harsh there, but I know it's only 150 to win, but you give it your all at the start. You never know. We've seen so many things happen, and it'll be up to Parkinson now to stem the flow as he comes round the wicket and bowls, and Lloyd just pushes it up to mid-off. And Glamorgan can just nudge and push against Parkinson because he's a fine bowler. He varies his length, not much turn. He's coming around the wicket again to the Glamorgan captain and bowls to him and just pushes forward on the offside. 36 to Salter. To Lloyd, rather. Salter's on 5. As long as he props at the other end, nobody will care. And he comes again. This is driven, or attempted driven, but just goes up to silly mid-off. Those of you who are just coming back from a brisk walk or just had your lunch or church or whatever you've been on this beautiful day, I'll go through the details in just a moment. As Parkinson is round the wicket, bowled, and that is not a good shot, and that is the end of Lloyd for 36. Callum Parkinson in his first over, and I don't know, David Lloyd just tried to swing that away to mid-wicket, and it was, in fact, the fourth ball of the over, and needlessly given away, you'd think, Nick.
Yeah, big swing, ended up across the line, and David Lloyd cleaned up 36 off 31 deliveries, bowled by Parkinson. So, well, he's done a decent job in getting Glamorgan off to a flyer, but you'd have thought he might have given himself a little bit longer to have a look at Parkinson, who was fairly tight bowler. 32 deliveries he faced in the end, and 6 boundaries. 43 for 1, 107 needed by Glamorgan to win.
Yes, after that start and well up over the rate, nothing in the pitch really, and he just took a huge swing and tried to hit him, as I say, in the vicinity of cow corner, and was bowled, which now will bring in Marcus Labuschagne, and Glamorgan will look to him to try and just play a long innings, and well, you don't want to tell Labuschagne how to play, and he knows how to do it. And it'll be a good duel, I think, between him and Parkinson, because Parkinson's a canny bowler, and Labuschagne likes to use his feet to spinners. He likes to dominate them, and don't know whether he'll try and hit him over the top at this stage, but that's what he always tries to do to spinners. One ball left of this over.
Quick single.
I wouldn't be surprised Salter to get off his heels if it is.
Mid-wicket and cover in very tight.
Yes.
Need to dab it square of the wicket, I think.
I'm telling Marlis how to play. In comes Parkinson, last ball of the over, and where's that gone? He's gone to mid-off. He'll lean it edge, really, because he tried to whip it, and it ended up at mid-off. End of the over. Parkinson will be pleased with that, but Glamorgan needing 150 to win, and now 43 for 1. So should get these.
I wasn't trying to tell him how to play. I was just predicting how he might play, given the previous evidence, if you like.
Thought he'd just given him a net before lunch.
No, they haven't got round to me as yet, although he does like a long net. I was around when he arrived at the ground for the first time this season, and he kept Matthew Maynard and one of the other assistants out there for about 90 minutes with his net. Here's Mulder then into the attack from the River Taff, and Salter flicks at it. They're appealing for a catch behind, but umpire White is not interested on this occasion.
They look very upset against that, as they did against umpire White. Glamorgan, when they appealed for, everybody went up. Well, I have to say that the bat was nearer to the ball than the pads were. Anyway, who are we to judge here?
Edward Cooper on Twitter says next time Glamorgan appear at Sophia Gardens in the county championship, he'd expect Eddie Byram to be opening on the grounds of the fact that Byram was running around with some fielding practice at lunchtime. As Wright is into bowl, and that has gone. Mulder.
Can't find his reader yet.
No, it's Wright still. I mistaken. Well, they announced. I thought they'd announced
a
bowling change.
Mulder. You're right.
Yeah, bowling change was announced, but it is still number 31, Chris Wright.
Dr. Hignell.
An erroneous announcement. Right, it is, who is continuing, and Salter plays that one to mid-on. Let's see if we can boot the screen back into life. 43 for 1. All sorts happening. David Lloyd, the man out for 36. Labuschagne has just faced the one delivery, and Leicestershire continue with this unusual slip setup, with Salter allowing that one to go past outside off stump. The fielders are approximately a second and fourth slips, rather than the usual 1 and 2. 43 for 1 Glamorgan, 107 to win, but the initial volley of excitement from David Lloyd's attacking 36 at more than a run a ball. Well, he was bowled trying to hit Parkinson over mid-wicket in his first over. As Wright is in to bowl, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Salter.
And of course this will be possibly the last appearance of Marnus Labuschagne in the championship at home for Glamorgan, unless it's not expected he comes back after his tour of Sri Lanka. But he will be playing, I suspect, in the first couple of 2020 games.
Yeah.
But that remains to be seen. And, if he does go back, as he will do, then Colin Ingram will probably take his... Well, he will take his place.
Wright bowls, Salter leaves through to Swindells. Unfortunately for Glamorgan supporters who want to see him in the flesh in white ball mode in the coloured kit, Glamorgan's first 3 games are away from home as they do that mini tour of the South East, Sussex, Surrey and Middlesex in the space of 4 days. But the first home game is on Thursday, June the 2nd. And then the other one is, the next one is on Sunday, June the 5th, which is the afternoon of the football excitement as well. So the start time is still up in the air.
That's when the Sri Lankan tour starts, June the 2nd, isn't it?
No, it must be later than that, because Labuschagne's talking about playing half a dozen games, so it must be later.
We'll see. This Parkinson bowls to Labuschagne, and he plays it gently up to the offside, and looking for that man. Yes, he's there at long off. He'll be well advised not to play anywhere near over the top as he clears everything. Here's the next ball, and that's driven out to short extra cover. As Lewis Morgan, our esteemed press officer, is tapping me on the leg. I don't know what for. It's not a leg bye.
Leg bye signals.
Trying to get our...
Use your bat next time, Edward.
Monitor working as Parkinson bowls, and it's topped away, no run. Do you like me to have a look at it? You're laughing at me.
Well, Edward did solve a technical issue a couple of years back to some general surprise.
Here's the next ball. Good length ball. Push back. Did I?
Yeah. Well, he made a useful suggestion that proved to be correct.
When you get pushed away from your wife and you're trying to change a fuse...
What are you going to say there when you get pushed away from your wife?
Leave it, will you? I'll do it. And then life gets rather embarrassing. 43 for 1. Here's Parkinson, accurate, and gets one that comes in with the arm. 43 for 1, it remains. Labuschagne just getting established, not wants to give it away, wants to get off the mark. Plenty of time left. Parkinson bowls, and this time it's driven, and he plays it back down the pitch. Maiden over by Parkinson. The overs bowled are 10, so Glamorgan still going at over 4 and over when they need just over 2. Now, are we going to have a change of bowling, which was erroneously announced by Dr. Hignell, that Mr. Mulder was coming on? He wasn't. Nick will tell us who is coming on.
Right, let's have a look. It's Ben Mike.
Ben Mike.
Dear, dear, dear. Ben Mike will be into the attack before Mulder. He's the 4th bowler used, and he took 3 for 88 in the first innings, but at rather an expensive rate. As things have stopped since David Lloyd's dismissal. No runs off the 30 balls that we've had since then. So Mike from the River Taff end come charging towards us. Bowls down leg side. Salter swings and rather misses out at a golden opportunity. That was short and wide.
It would be nice for Salter, for himself, to try and get a score, because his highest score in these 5 games have been, I think it was in the last game.
29.
29 and 26 in this game. 29 at Derby.
Run out in that half that century stand with Lloyd, but they were saying hello to each other when the ball was down the other end. Mike bowls, Salter leaves outside off stump, so David Lloyd might just be catching the end of the Wrexham match.
Well, they were leading 2-0 half time.
3-0 last time I looked.
It's a wonderful effort for them because they could just have automatic promotion back to the 4th division.
They're beating Wrexham. They're beating their nearest rivals, Stockport, but Stockport with still a game in hand, so it's theirs to lose. As Mike is in, and Salter plays that one nicely down through backward point. There's a sliding stop by Azad on the backward point boundary, and in fact he's cut them down to a single. Thought they might come back for 2. 4th division, Edward. They've been metricated.
League Division 2, but the 4th division when they went.
As well, the 4th tier, yeah.
4th tier, yes.
As was.
Correct.
Back in the day. Before
Premier League,
before Premier Championship. Yeah, I'm surprised anything admits to being Division 2 actually these days.
Newport had a chance, outside chance, but they've blown it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, going up into 1, but they finished mid-table as Mike is in to bowl. Labuschagne slashes that one away through point area. There's a diving attempt to stop it, but the fielder didn't get a hand to it.
Don't pull that in.
And one of the Leicestershire group goes to field it and returns it to save their fielders some work. 48 for 1. Labuschagne onto 4 not out here on BBC Sport Online. Also via the county websites for the stream. As Labuschagne forces that one again hard down into the ground, and that is exactly the same result.
Dismissive, wasn't
more
it?
Through point, and nothing that the leaping Sam Evans could do about that one. 50 up for Glamorgan, 52 for 1. Couple of boundaries from Labuschagne. As Edward said, it could be his final home championship game of the season. He should be seen here again in T20 once or twice.
What a shame, because it's just a delight to watch him bat.
And Glamorgan followers will be able to do so on the stream from Durham. As that is surely a no ball on height. It is, as Mike tries to bounce Labuschagne, and the ball balloons up over the Australian's head. No chance of him hitting that, and therefore it's a no ball on height.
Yes, unfortunately for Leicestershire, the trend was started in those expensive couple of overs, which Lloyd kept striking Hendricks for 4.
As hooked by Labuschagne out towards square leg, but under control and picked up on the boundary. Just the single, so that over from Ben Mike cost 12 runs. The over rate has gone down to -3 with just the 2 overs of spin, so Parkinson will probably have to bowl throughout. Yeah, 55 for 1. Glamorgan need 95 to win. Richard Ray will continue with Edward.
Yeah, I suspect Parkinson could be bowling for the rest of the innings, because he's the only bowler that's really showed control. Lloyd rather gave his wicket away, but nevertheless, this is a good duel between him and Labuschagne as he comes around the wicket and bowls, and Labuschagne drives, and it's a very good bit of fielding there at extra cover.
Got away with that one, Parky. That was full toss. Good work, as you say, by Ben Mike, diving to his right. Skinned his elbows.
Not a good bowling day for Mike so far, but he hasn't settled in yet as Parkinson comes round the wicket, bowled. Oh, and that's going to be 4, if not 6. He has hammered that over towards mid-wicket, 4.
Clubbed away. Isn't it a lovely sound of the ball off Labuschagne's bat?
It really is. You know, on the side we all support, but you take an unbiased view of it and you just go along to see him bat, and you'd be treated most of the time.
Well, the sound of those 2 that he cut away to the offside off Mike was very nice from an objective point of view, and that sounded beautifully sonorous as well, didn't it?
If I was Evans, I'd just let it pass.
He did, inadvertently.
No, of course.
He's retreated to deep mid-wicket now.
No, he hasn't attempted the long off because that's what he likes to play, spinners. He's round the wicket and he this time catch it there, and he has caught it and he's given out, caught it slip. And Labuschagne, well, we've been talking about such a play. It bounced, it went up in the air off possibly bat and pad, looked up in the air, and Labuschagne has gone for 13. It's 59 for 2.
Louis Kimber was the catcher. He just tried to paddle sweep a full delivery on leg stump, top edged it, and as you say, probably a bit of pad involved as well. Kimber, who'd been trying to cover the paddle sweep, had to reverse direction very quickly, managed to do so, flung himself to his right, got underneath it, and in a way it was not dissimilar to the dismissal of Mike this morning, who was trying to sort of pull one away on the leg side, got a top edge and was caught in his case by Cooke moving across to slip. Well, that wasn't skied as much, but Labuschagne's brief innings, which included 3 gloriously hit fours, has come to a quick end. He's gone for 13. Glamorgan needing 150 to win. Still very much in the box seat, but a couple of wickets down. They need another 90, and they're at 59 for 2.
Yes, and Parkinson again, who is only in his 3rd over, but has taken 2 very good wickets. Lloyd now, Labuschagne. And
the incoming batter for
the last we see in championship matches here, Labuschagne, he unfortunately got out in the first innings, trying to pull the last ball for lunch down to the long leg boundary, and now a little paddle sweep, and he is gone as a man in form comes in now, Sam Northeast. And he'll just play the bad ball and the occasional 4 and just paddle along as they are, because it's 90 to win and there are 52 overs remaining. So it's pushing on means nothing. You've just got to defend and hit the bad ball.
Yeah, Leicestershire know that they'll lose unless they take another 8 wickets, so they've got to keep attacking in a way. There'll be plenty of gaps in the field. Well, Northeast has seen it all before, hasn't he? He's the man for a crisis.
Here's the next ball, which is driven back. They're not really timed by the batsman, and it's fielded by the captain, who is leading by example. It must be said he played an obdurate innings this morning of 29 not out, and here he is, having replaced the wayward Hendricks. Here he is, bowls again, and this time Northeast comes forward and pushes it up to mid-on. Here is the last ball of the over. Parkinson bowls and Northeast is forward. No need to worry about that. End of the over then, and Glamorgan are chasing 150. They're 59 for 2. Northeast yet to score. And Salter, who's been in for 10 overs, 11 overs now, 12 overs rather, is just 6 not out.
Looks like he's going to play the anchor role. Fango Fox wondering tongue in cheek whether there's any way Leicestershire can sub Rehan Ahmed into the game, the young leg spinner. Alas, not. That day,
is it? No.
It isn't really, not for Parkinson. Although, yeah, it was a slog that he missed, wasn't it? Lloyd really swung across the line. Mike in to bowl 2. Andrew Salter bowls him a bouncer. He bobs neatly at the knees, down almost onto one knee. Not a no ball on height, unlike the previous over when he tried to bounce Labuschagne, having got him out that way in the first innings, but got it rather wrong, and it soared high over the Australian's head. 59 for 2 then. 21 no balls bowled by Leicestershire in the match so far.
Just the one in this innings, or is it?
2.
2, is it?
Including the one for the height. In goes Mike and bowls. That's better.
It's the overstepping that's got them on.
Yeah, Hendricks bowled another one for overstepping. Yeah. But yes, for the most part it has been sort of conventional, in inverted commas, no balls, which has cost them 42 runs, which would give a slightly different aspect to the game. It
certainly would, yes.
Just 90 needed, but 91 to win the game for Glamorgan. Mike is in and bowls, forced nicely off the back foot. Beautiful piece of timing, as Eddie said. Good shot by Andrew Salter. Got up on his toes, didn't try and hit it too hard, got on top of the bounce and cracked it away, timed it away beautifully into the gap between point and cover for 4. Best shot he's played, really. He's gone to 10 with that shot. Glamorgan 63 for 2.
And that just shows that the pitch, we've seen batsmen on both sides, when they time it on the bounce like that, it just rattles away. So that will tell you it's a pretty good wicket here.
Bronte, he says, sorry for indulging in hyperbole, but the future success of the club, Leicestershire that is, centres around Parkinson. Come back to that in a minute as Mike is in and bowls, turned off his legs, this time by Salter down to Hendricks at long leg, and the single is jogged. Parky is a new Ray Illingworth. We need to make
Ray, him. Careful.
He did use the word hyperbole, but he says
captain of England
he's justified. He says we need to make him captain and build a side around him. It's a strong argument.
I shouldn't say this, but I hope nobody will, as they do, poach Parkinson.
In goes Mike and bowls. Comes back into Salter a little bit. He tries to turn it into northeast, I beg your pardon. He tries to turn it into the leg side just as far it travels.
The reason I said that,
at mid-wicket.
When you think, the people, James Taylor, Stuart Broad, as soon as they come, what was the left arm seamer also left? Right, the name escapes.
Harry Gurney.
Harry Gurney, who played for England one day, of course.
Mike is in, bowls. Northeast goes back on his stumps and defends a straight ball back down the pitch to Leicestershire's all-rounder. I'm always slightly ambivalent about the sort of use of the word poaching. The problem is for the likes of Callum Parkinson, whether they feel, and with some justification, that the only way they're going to get any sort of England recognition is that if they're playing in the First Division.
Absolutely.
Or at least at the top of the Second Division. He was the only England-born spinner to take 50 wickets last season, but he didn't get a sniff of a Lions tour. And you wonder, well, was that because he played for Leicestershire? Or?
Don't tell me because it's Second Division cricket, but how much that annoys me.
Indeed.
Parkinson to start another over, and he bowls, and it's nudged away on the onside. Excellent bowling so far, 2 for 5, and this is the start of his 4th over, Parkinson.
So if someone like Notts were to come in and say, look, we can give you First Division cricket, not that they can at the moment.
So North East playing, Salter playing very defensively. And, it happens in football, as we well know. It's happened at my club, Swansea City, when everybody shows they've come from the Swansea Academy, off they go. This is pitch on leg stump and nudge it away on the onside. Trying every variation he knows, Parkinson. And I think it's a sad state of affairs. What about the young lad that joined you from Glamorgan last season? It hasn't played.
Yes, Roman Walker.
Is he playing second team? I'll just wait as in comes Parkinson and bowled. I think somebody said he'd been injured, but he's been there. No? Shake of the head from Richard?
No, he's fine and bowling, and in the second team, and a lot of people wondering why he hasn't had a chance, probably including himself.
In comes Parkinson again, and Salter is forward correctly, and this is the way really he wants to play Parkinson. What is he taking wickets though in the second team? Well,
that's the other thing. In fairness, he hasn't really pulled up any trees for the second teamers to really sort of force his way into contention.
Here's the next ball. Oh, and that's, what's that for? Koch behind, I think, which does not bother Mr. Wharf one bit. End of the over, and watching Parkinson bowl quite beautifully. Glamorgan, 64 for 2 in pursuit of 150.
Bounce and turn for Parkinson, and went past the outside edge.
Yes.
Welsh County 161 with Morgan Bevan's top scoring.
Swindles caught it at the second attempt and then took the bails off, but it neither hit the outside edge nor had Salter's back feet gone anywhere. But, as Eddie says, Parkinson bowling very nicely. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5, I believe.
Yeah.
His figures at the moment. Mike a little more expensive, 2 overs for 17 runs, comes charging in and bowls a very high loopy bouncer to Sam Northeast, who just moves his head to one side instinctively, but unnecessarily, it having ballooned high overhead. Vango Fox agrees with Brunty. He says Parkinson is the heart and soul of the club and a better batter than he is given credit for. And
played perfectly well, in both innings. He was undefeated.
He was run out in the.
Was he run out
in the first innings? Yeah. In goes Mike and bowls and no ball. Would you believe it? Yeah. Would you believe it? 22 now in the game, and that was an overstepper. He was. It was an overthrow, and it was an overthrow from Neser down at long leg that Labuschagne cleared up and ran him out. So you could say he was the architect of his own demise in the first innings, but yes, he went through to 27, so more than 50 runs in the match for once out as Mike bowls, goes through north-east, comes off the thigh pad and is taken
good take
by Swindles, falling to his right. There's the start of an appeal, but immediately they realise that it had come off the thigh pad and it is choked off. But it's a little bit happening out there at the moment, just trying to create a bit of theatre, I think, Leicestershire at the moment, and trying to get into the minds. I mean, if they were to pick up 1 or 2 more quickly, if it was to be 80 for 4 or 90 for 4, it could yet get interesting. Mike into north-east, who plays him nicely off the back foot, but wait on, you heard the cry as he saw that Vian Mulder had moved to his left in the covers. He hadn't quite timed it as well as he would have liked. Dot ball, 66 for 2. Only 14 and a half overs have been bowled, so the run rate is still, as it was for much of Glamorgan's first innings, and as has been for much of Leicestershire's opponent's innings so far, is getting on for 4.55.
Yeah, that's just inching towards the halfway mark here of 75, 66. And Mike seems to have settled down now.
Charges in and bowls, and a little bit late on that one as it came back in towards him. Sam Northeast, thick inside edge, sees the ball bounce down at his feet, and the scurrying Swindles gets up from behind the stumps to make sure there's no chance of a quick single. Not that Salter was showing any inclination in that respect whatsoever. I went to try and find Sandra at lunchtime, Eddie, just to say thank you for all the delicious cakes, but I couldn't. But she'd maybe gone for her lunch. In goes Mike and bowls, fullish on leg stump and on the back foot, turned into the leg side by Northeast, but only as far as Patel, who's at mid wicket. So I'm hoping she's heard my
Well, we'll pass it on to Jack.
Please.
Technician next door there, to pass on to his mum. She's been very kind, as she has been since the season started. As we put a little bit of weight on from her.
Yes, she added miles to our runs. In goes Mike and bowls, full on off stump, pushed out into the offside by Sam Northeast, and he's off the mark because it's slightly wide of mid-off right, has to run away to his left. Northeast takes one and keeps the strike. End of the 15th over. Glamorgan, reminding you again, needing 150 to win. They are now 67 for 2. Trailing by just 82 with all of 49 overs remaining in the day.
And quite obviously it's not a surprise that Callum Parkinson is going to continue here with a fairly attacking field. 2 men on the drive either side, 3 again on the onside, saving 1. So if you want to get runs here, you've got to try and play a forcing short shot, which might be your downfall. Here's the first ball. He goes wide of the crease and it's played just gently up to silly mid-off sort of position. Glamorgan still going at a healthy 4.42 per over. Parkinson in past umpire Wharf. Bowls again. Is pushed away. Salter and Northeast, who's facing there's loads of time. And they just want to try and get consolidation. As I say, they're inching towards the halfway mark of 75. There's 67. As Parkinson comes in, and this is driven on the offside. Good bit of field in there. Away to his left by
Mike.
Ben Mike.
He's an athlete. Very much
big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, but very light on his feet and very good hands.
Parkinson bowls. Forward comes northeast. He's just got a single.
Just got a bit of control on the scoreboard now, haven't they, Leicestershire?
Yes.
So,
and he comes again and bowls, and this time again it's the defensive response, which really he doesn't need to do anything else because runs are coming from the other end. So good to see spinners bowling in early May, isn't it? Parkinson not a run off this over, bowls to northeast, who drives, and again it's picked up one-handed by Mike. That's the end of a maiden over. Time to rouse Nick from his slumbers. His Sunday afternoon nap, I don't mean that, as you know. 67 for 2. It's Richard, carry on.
5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5 for Callum Parkinson. He's had to sort of play a holding role up to now in the season, really. Having bowled throughout April, but he did miss out up at Durham, slightly surprisingly in terms of selection, but very much part of the picture going forward, of course. In goes Mike and bowls. Salter is half forward on off stump, just dropping it out into the offside, and there is no run. Nick's disentangling leads from chairs and all sorts of things. He manages to do so without throttling himself. It's always a danger. Many a QB have I pulled off the desk in the commentary box. Mike is in, bowls. Oh, a huge hoik across the line from Andrew Salter. Just a hint, perhaps, of desperation about that. He just tried to pull. It was short, but it wasn't quite that short, and he tried to pull it over mid-wicket and pulled it over the top of it, but the violence of the shot was not particularly convincing.
Not sure there's quite a need for that sort of almost panic measures to get the board moving again.
Yeah, it was an odd one, wasn't it? That will only encourage Leicestershire. Short mid-wicket is in as Mike is in and bowls to Salter. That is more what the Glamorgan doctor ordered, because he just leant forward and turned it calmly through a vacant square leg area down towards Parkinson, who's posted himself down to deep square leg on the boundary. He had to come running in to meet the ball. Salter takes 1, moves on to 12, 68 for 2. The over rate is down to -2. Not that Parkinson is likely to take himself off, having achieved at least one of the problem-solving issues, and that one is short and pulled by northeast, but only as far as Bjorn Hendricks down on the boundary, sort of clothed it rather, and it rolled fairly gently down towards Hendricks, who's in less than splendid isolation down there at long leg, not having covered himself in glory in the game. 69 for 2. As Mike, arms and legs pumping, charges in and bowls a bouncer to Andrew Salter, who ducks very neatly. Salter, he sort of bobs at the knees, and underneath the ball everything compact as it bounces through over his head, well over his head.
Yeah, I think he's destined for the role at Durham, with Byram not having played any cricket yet, even if he is fit after his operation. And Byram will presumably want to get a match in the seconds.
So to finish his 4th over, then Mike. Last 2 have been better than the first 2, that's for sure. He is in and bowls straight, and just turning the bat face on that one as he leans forward. Andrew Salter pushes it out into the onside. Picked up by Rishi Patel, running across end of the over. 69 for 2. 80 is the deficit. 81 therefore needed to win the game. Plenty of overs in hand. 47 of them. 8 wickets as well.
So the wickets column is the one that matters. The overs column is going to be completely irrelevant. The game will be finished with a positive result one way or t'other, as Parkinson will continue from this Cathedral Road end, and he'll be bowling to northeast on 2 not out, and northeast is forward, gently playing to cover, and there is no run.
The gate lady said to me yesterday as I left, "Don't worry," she said, you might hang on for the draw. I said, one result that isn't going to happen. It's not going to be a draw.
Yes, it would have needed them to back through a couple of sessions, as that's shorter and flatter as northeast comes forward, and Parkinson thought he had a chance there of getting northeast stumped.
Yeah, he came dancing down if that had turned a bit more.
But it didn't.
No, he didn't.
I'm not quite sure why northeast was giving them the charge. Maybe looking to hit over mid-on. Wouldn't have thought he'd do that quite yet. So he can try and work that one through mid-wicket, but Evans seems to be Leicestershire's most enthusiastic fielder. I don't know if that's usually the case, but he has been in this game.
Yeah.
Always seems to do everything at maximum speed in the field, Evans. As northeast again comes down the wicket and drives straight to short cover, who threatens to throw down the stumps. Rishi Patel. Northeast makes his ground. Not sure why this is happening. Northeast surely can find a few singles to work around. There are gaps in the field. 69 for 2, 81 needed to win. 8 wickets needed to win for Leicestershire, as that one is slightly misfielded by Evans. Well, did well to stop it, but he parried it and wide of right at mid-on, so they were able to take the single.
Yeah, he did it so neatly that Wright would have probably been able to save the single had Evans not got his left hand to it. But he had to change direction.
As Parkinson is in to bowl to Salt, who comes down the wicket and hits straight and high. He's got underneath it and he's got away with it, as that one eventually rolled up towards the sight screen. Hendricks was dashing back, looking interested at one point, but Andrew Salter, taking his cricketing life in his hands, came down, hit straight and high. It wasn't 100% of the blow, but it was enough.
Well, Hendricks had been at long off throughout the entirety of that over up to that point. And they brought him in, Parkinson, to a sort of normal mid-off for the batting of Salter as opposed to northeast. Quite why, I'm not sure, because northeast has not shown any inclination to go really big, nor has Salter. And Salter, having seen that, gave him the charge and, well, as you say, got away with it. Halfway, pretty much, as Ben Mike is in and bowling to northeast on his legs, worked neatly out to deep square, and one taken as Steele comes in to meet the ball.
Now it is exactly halfway. 75 on the board, 75 to win. Wales National County won their first T20 match of a double header. They made 161 against Buckinghamshire at High Wycombe, and Glamorgan Academy batter Morgan Bevans top scored with 62 off 28, which is pretty good going. Buckinghamshire made 141 for 9 in reply. Jason Folks 3 for 18, not a name I'm familiar with.
Louis Kimber has gone from sort of third slip to leg gully as Mike is in, bowls on middle and off to Salt, who stays on the back foot to a decent length delivery, pushes it out into the offside.
I think Fuchs was the North Walian debutant, actually. Premsa Soju of Glamorgan was also playing in that game. He's getting plenty of T20 practice ahead of the white ball campaign starting on the 26th.
Mike, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls. Comes in a little bit to Salter, but he's in control from middle and leg and turns it out to square leg. Steele comes in, and this is a better over for Glamorgan because they've just sort of milked it a little bit. They haven't taken any unnecessary risks. Salter and North East taken 3 singles, I think, from the over, and just brought a little bit of calm to proceedings, which had threatened, from their point of view, to become a little bit frenetic. Mike, to finish his over, is in, bowls, and having said that, he bowls him a short ball that he pulls, but it only goes down to deep square, where Steele is waiting for it. I thought that was going to go bisect Steele and Hendricks at deep square and long leg. Probably almost hit it a little too well in that respect, but 4 singles from the first 5 balls has taken Glamorgan past the halfway point, 77 for 2. Right, often sort of slows things up for Leicestershire by the way he sort of polishes the ball and then often walks across to the bowler, hands it to Mike, who is in and bowling, and it bounces up at Salter, who plays it well, actually jerked his head back and managed to deflect it down through the vacant slip area, Kimber having been moved to leg gully. And the single is taken again. I thought that was over, must admit. One ball to come. I've got an update to do at 10 to, so I should get this ball in. It must be close to half time it is half time. Oh right, I'd better prepare to head next door for them. As again, right, slows things down. I'll just try and finish the over. Mike is in and bowls. North East gets a short ball that he pulls away. Ooh. Great diving stop at shortish mid-wicket by Rishi Patel, saves at least 2 runs, and that still isn't over. So I must have missed a no ball in there somewhere. 80 for 2.
Glamorgan needing 70 to win here on BBC Sport Online, as Leicestershire have got their over rate down from -4 to -2. And Mike is in from the River Taff end and bowls, and North East defends on the offside. No run, end of the over, 80 for 2. North East has 5, Salter has 18, and the all-out of Salt of David Lloyd, 36 off 32 balls, and Marnus Labuschagne with 13 off 14 balls. Well, that's all calmed down, and Salter's mostly content to survive the one big blow in the last over off Parkinson, and North East will be content to get there in his own time. He's a reassuring presence, largely, for Glamorgan supporters. North East seems to play the game according to his own rhythms. Parkinson will go into a new over from this Cathedral Road end. He's claimed the 2 wickets so far, and Salter goes for a sweep and hits it straight to square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, he took a chance in the last over from Parkinson. He hit it more or less, where long off would have been, but he'd come in halfway up.
Parkinson bowls. Salter nurdles on the leg side, thinks about a single. It isn't there, as Scott Steels is lurking in front of umpire White. 80 for 2, 70 to win, 8 wickets to win for Leicestershire, who are bowled out for 266 in the end on the stroke of 1 o'clock. Parkinson bowls, and that's a little faster, and Salter is forward defending it out on the offside, and there's no run.
I suspect Marnus Labuschagne is looking ruefully from the pavilion. I'd say, dear, I'd love to be out there now.
There's another sweep from Salter. This time he's got it away for 4 runs, down to fine leg. It's a despairing chase from Steele, who really did give it everything from backwards square leg, but Salter hitting that one fine. It was there for the shot, and Salter moves up to 22, and Glamorgan on to 84 for 2.
Those of you who want to know the Leicester Everton score half-time. It's Leicester 1, Everton 2.
Oof. Parkinson bowls, forward stretches Salter, plays out on the offside.
And that scoreline, Nick, is goal dust so far for Everton, who are very, very close to the drop for the first time since 1954.
Parkinson left arm round and Salter defends.
You're not really interested, are you?
It's never a club in which I've taken a huge interest. I used to...
No, the position in the Premier League,
yeah.
you see, it's one of the top clubs in the country.
Yeah. Always had a favouring for Liverpool for no obvious reason from the Merseyside side. Other than back in the 80s, they had a lot of Celts in the side with Ian Rush and various Scots and Irish. So
John Tosher.
Yeah. So
what about Newport, where you were born?
Mid-table mediocrity in Division 2. The usual tale of flirting with the playoffs, but not quite holding on in there. It is finally Vian Mulder, who's announced some 40 minutes ago.
And he is going to bowl from the River Taff end, and he will be bowling to Sam North East. Bowls the first ball, and Sam North East drives up to mid-on. Hundreds of drives we've seen in this game have been mistimed for one reason or the other. But with the ball coming on, not quite so quick as you would expect, I suppose you have a valid excuse for that.
It's been a decent pitch in terms of consistency, hasn't it? Just could have done with a bit more pace, but I think it's been better than the pitch for the last game.
Undoubtedly. Yeah. In comes Mulder, bowls, quite brisk pace, that's met with the full face of the bat by somebody North East, and plays it up to mid-on. He has adapted extremely well to joining Glamorgan in the last game. He played very well indeed, and he made scores of 81 in that run chase, and in the first innings he made 49 and has been consistent throughout the season so far. Mulder bowls to him and he plays a shot and thinks about it, but the captain there says, "You're not getting one there, pal," and comes in very, very quickly and gets a tap by his, I think it's his senior partner, Chris Wright, on that for attentive fielding. Glamorgan are 84 for 2, and they are on the way, needing another 66. But we all know what can happen in this game. Not in this particular game, but the wonderful game of cricket. Mulder bowls, and he's got a bat on that, plays it out to deep mid-wicket, shortish boundary, they'll settle with a single.
Yes, I have worked on a game at Grace Road probably about 6 years ago where Glamorgan collapsed rather badly in the fourth innings to lose from what looked like a very promising position.
What about when they needed one to win?
Oh, the Marchant de Lange game in which he seemed to have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, but was caught on the boundary going for the winning hit.
Everybody was basically on the boundary as the next ball comes in. That is a very good delivery which beat Salter on the outside. And they were in all sorts of trouble when he came in. He just hit 4s and 6s for fun. And then with Michael Hogan at the end, he gave the bowling then to Marchant de Lange, who promptly hit it up in the air, and it was Callum Parkinson who caught it at long on. And you think, well, why? Mulder is in and bowls, and again he comes right forward. Does Salter, that's the end of the over. I always like to reminisce, as you well know, the grounds that we go and the teams we play. I'll never forget, on a Sunday afternoon at Grace Road, we used to do 2-hour programmes at that stage. I didn't have a second voice with me, and Andrew Hignell, who was teaching then and couldn't get away, all my little own. And Les Taylor, who was a very fine medium-paced, fastish bowler, ex-minor, played twice for England, was bowling. A very long run did Les have. And I had to describe 6 maiden overs to the effect, and John Steele, a former Leicestershire player, not known for his quick scoring.
No, fairly dour.
And John was there, and the commentary, Taylor now from the pavilion in, and Steele pads up, goes so to the keeper. It is a lovely day again in Grace Road, nice surroundings, lots, and in comes the next delivery, and Steele again has nothing. That went on for 4 overs and not made runs to the other end.
Every pigeon in the ground described, was it?
Just about, and
here's
hard going.
Here's Parkinson, and he bowls the first delivery as that headset of Edwards appears to have developed a slight droop.
Pardon?
The headset, Edward, the headset. Dot ball, first ball of Parkinson's over, 2 for 14. He really's bowled well, but he's worked off his legs by North East. Through mid-wicket, might be a couple of runs here. They turn, have a look at it, and it is comfortable enough in the end.
Well, you know what it's like, both in cricket and possibly when you get a 3-all draw or a 3-0 win in rugby in dreadful conditions. And but you do always now, of course, have a second voice with you.
Thankfully. Parkinson bowls, North East props forward, defending, and there's no run.
And thirdly, Nick, is
the
interviewee, which Nick will be getting ready to do his report in just a moment.
Parkinson is in to bowl, and that's driven through the offside for a single. 88 for 2, North East to 9.
And went once to Merthyr on a box to my stag in Bridgend, local derby.
Ooh.
Dreadful weather.
Yep.
And it was a 3-0 win.
Here's Parkinson, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Salter, does well to defend that on the offside, spat a little bit.
In the interview went something, well, that was a well-deserved win for you as captain. Yes. You chose to play into the wind in the first half, and that really worked out for you, didn't you? Yes, it did.
Yeah, don't ask too many close questions.
It went on, I'm not getting frozen to death of these sort of answers. Well, that's it, well played, and back to you in the studio. The joys of broadcasting.
Yes, Dean Richards, the
he wasn't
then Leicester director of rugby, gave me one of those interviews as Parkinson bowls and Salter defends. End of the over, 88 for 2, 62 needed to win. So they'd been drawn against Llanelli or the Scarlets for about the 3rd year in a row in Europe. So Dean, Llanelli again? Yes. Llanelli again, yes. Say something about it. Yeah. Like we're fed up with seeing them, or we're going to thrash their ears. Or
the famous one of all. You must have been satisfied with your performance. Well, what do you think? Anyway, it's Mulder to bowl. Back to the cricket and bowls, and this time he's played away on the offside. There's no run. Accurate bowling here from both Mulder, who has just started in his second over rather, and of course the wicket taker Parkinson.
Ian Evans on Twitter says Andrew Salter's been a fantastic club man this year. He isn't an opener and has been great when called upon to bowl. Obviously I'm biased as a fellow man of Pembrokeshire, but he does us proud. Well, he certainly doesn't want for effort, Andrew Salter.
And he hasn't flinched away from opening, which is difficult. Mulder in bowls. North East is forward. Your remarks at the start of North East. He's such a responsible player, isn't he? And doesn't take a chance, and when it does come, he deals with it.
Yes,
very good signing this has been.
3-year contract as well, so
well, I'm not surprised.
Happy days, hopefully, for Glamorgan.
Long run for a medium pacer here, Mulder. Just a slip in attendance close to the wicket, and then it's defensive and third man and a fine leg and a mid-wicket. Mulder bowls and we better get back rather quickly. Stuttered for a run, and the shrill voice of Salter says no.
Nope.
No.
Off the pads, trickled towards mid-wicket. We've got a radio update coming up, so better take over for the time being?
He will not be first. I suspect that Wrexham will be
Oh yes, Wrexham should be first in the headlines. I probably mentioned the rugby commentary starting. Ospreys and Dragons.
Here is Mulder in bowls, and this time clips it down to deep mid-wicket and will go through. Wasn't the last boundary, was that hit over the top by Salter of Henderson?
Yeah, off Parkinson.
Parkinson.
Yeah, that was called a legger actually, even though it went towards mid-wicket. Good pads, as we've been saying these days. 89 for 2 then are Glamorgan, as we prepare to update BBC Radio Wales listeners. And Glamorgan going nicely at 89 for 2. They got off to a flying start with David Lloyd hitting 36 off 32 balls. Marnus Labuschagne sparkled briefly for 13. He too was dismissed by Callum Parkinson. Glamorgan chasing 150 to win then after Leicestershire were dismissed for 266 eventually in their first innings, despite some in their second innings, despite some late resistance. Glamorgan said 150 to win are 89 for 2. As Mulder will finish this over from the River Taff end. Just the one slip now in the form of Kimber. And Salter defends to mid-on, and there is no run. 61 to win, 8 wickets for Leicestershire to win. Edward.
It wasn't a particularly good day for the Tigers yesterday. I think they lost to Leinster at home, and all things as it is now, Leicestershire could probably be beaten here, and Leicester City are losing 2-1 at half-time. Not a great day for Leicester sport, but I really enjoyed the games against Leicestershire, not because they at bottom they're always a good welcome up there. I think it's a lovely ground, huge ground. I would reckon it one of the biggest boundaries in the country, next to the Oval, or possibly Derby Square on. As Parkinson comes round the wicket and bowls a north-east, pushes it away. 8, what is Parkinson, where is he now?
9th over he's bowling.
Yeah, he's 9th over.
2 for 17.
2 for 17, which tells us how well he has bowled. North-east, been there a while. He's only 9, but played extremely well. And he's going to get runs. He'll probably get a couple as it's a chase for mid-wicket, and they might think of a third. Salter says, yes. Well, it was an easy third there. But Salter says, look, we got loads of wickets in hand, loads of time. Why take the odd risk? 91 for 2.
Leicestershire's next opponents, Sussex, are being held up by Middlesex. Middlesex was set 370 to win by the Sussex Declaration. Pujara got a big century again. Middlesex, though, 104 for 1.
Draw game. Shot there, out to deep extra cover. Short ball, which northeast hammered away, but straight to the fielder.
As for Glamorgan's next opponents, Durham, they're being held up by Worcestershire, who are 210 for 2, needing 232 for a most unlikely win.
I think that could well be a draw. It could well be a draw down at Hove, and Parkinson bowls again. Here's the sweep coming out, appeal for LBW, and he's given him. Well, it was going presumably down the leg side, but Salter swept at it, and Alex Wolff gave him out.
Must have straightened a bit with a bowling left arm round.
Just clipping leg stump.
Hit him on the bottom.
The sweep is undone.
Surprised that was given.
Yeah, put it that way. The sweep has undone another batsman.
Was LBW to Callum Parkinson for 22.
So he departs, LBW. Yet another wicket for Parkinson, 3 out of 3.
And Salter still unable to get past the 20s in his opening role. He's been solid enough, and yeah, surprised that was given. I think it hit him on the thigh or the rear end possibly, but you'd have had to straighten it quite a lot, you would have thought.
No. And you think perhaps that's the reason that he attempted the sweep, because he was drifting down. Kieran Carlson coming in, and we know that Carlson is an attacking player who loves to attack, jump down the pitch and get into the groove as soon as he can, but I'm sure that he will be told by his coach or by Sam North East, look, work this away. We
have a look.
There's very good bowling going on here, and you don't want to give it away. Carlson who made runs in the first inning. He made, in fact, 91, and it's getting down now. Chris Cooke next. So last thing they want, but because they're not scoring freely against Parkinson. And the score now is 92 for 3, 57 needed, 7 wickets in hand. Well, you'd think, yes, just a cakewalk, but we all know, and we've played this game, Nick, it's in the mind, isn't it?
Leicestershire could put a bit of pressure on here with the fielders getting in closer for the new bat, Carlson.
Yeah. Mid-offers come up, mid-ons come up, and here's the first ball to Carlson, and his appeal for LBW, well, surely not there, because that was drifting down the leg stump by a mile. I think he's going to appeal for anything that hits the pads here, because really they do want wickets, but the umpire's not afraid to give balls that, and coming round the wicket, you'd think that it was missing. Anyway, a run added, 93 for 3, as North East is still, he's not out 12, as Parkinson bowler. North East plays back down to the bowler at the end, and over, well bowled Parkinson, and it's 93 for 3.
Just wonder if Worcestershire are going to have a little dabble at that eventually after tea. 2:32 to win, with Azhar Ali and Haynes very well set.
2:32 in about...
That'd be a session and a bit, wouldn't it? A session and half an hour.
Oh, and I'm sure that Ben Stokes is tired. He's been in the field for a day and a bit. And
Stokes has bowled 10 overs, 0 for 31 so far, so he hasn't taken a wicket in the match. His heroics reserved for the batting half of his portfolio. 93 for 3, as Parkinson looks to spearhead an unlikely Leicestershire victory bid, and now we've got the sight of wicketkeeper Swindells going out to stand at point and suggest where a fielder should be stationed, and Leicestershire have indeed put a man just in front of point in a catching position as Mulder is in to bowl and Carlson drives back to him, and there's no run. Carlson, I don't think, will hang around. His nature is that he likes to take the attack back to the opposition.
Yes.
So whatever happens will happen fairly quickly, I think.
Well, if he does middle one past that man who's been placed there, the man will be in danger, but he's looking for the mistimed drive because it's not really coming on. Mulder has bowled quite nicely here.
When he comes, just a single conceded so far off the bat, and Carlson does drive it through that point area. It won't get to the boundary. They'll come back for 2 runs fairly comfortably. 95 for 3.
Just checked that at the moment of impact, and it was a good looking shot, really, and nearly reached the long boundary for 4. 54 needed for Glamorgan.
Yes, there's a bit of a disturbance, not a disturbance, but we were wondering why about the stewards being called earlier, as Carlson shoulders arms to a ball outside off stump. It was just a question of someone who did have accreditation but was sitting in the stand down in front of us and shouldn't have been because the stand's closed.
Yeah,
so nothing.
People are not happy. That's my usual seat. One or two have said to me. I said, I'm awfully sorry, nothing to do with me.
Well, you've been around the club for several decades, Edward. Have you got no swing at all?
Don't get involved in that sort of thing.
95 for 3 as Carlson steps away. He is not ready to receive.
I think there was a little bit of chatting going on there.
55 needed to win. 7 wickets needed for Leicestershire to win here on BBC Sport Online. As Mulder to Carlson, who clips that one neatly off his legs and will take a single out to mid-wicket.
And as he passed Mulder turned and had a little word with Carlson. I don't know quite why. Perfectly good shot, no element of luck, but there we are. They're changing the feel around. It looks as if they're going to try and reverse now, because they're doing exactly what Neser did this morning. But to no effect for Neser. 2 men on the drive, but a little bit square. In front of square, both of them.
Short mid-wicket and a short forward square leg as North East deflects the ball to the latter of those fielders, just square of the umpire.
Come what may, tea will be taken at the time designated on the final day, which is
3:40
in about 25 minutes' time. We should know by then.
Unless Glamorgan go mad and they're within 10 of victory, but that doesn't look likely to happen as things stand. Mulder is in to bowl and North East defends, and Mulder has head in hands as if he thought he'd got one through, but North East is serene at the age of 32 and
seen it all.
He's seen it all. Kent and Hampshire both had long stints with those, brief stints with Notts and Yorkshire, and it's so far to Glamorgan's benefit that he didn't settle at either of those last season.
So 96 for 3, the men out. Lloyd out for 36, Labuschagne out for 13, and the last batsman out, Salter, for 23, and all 3 taken by the man who's about to bowl now, Callum Parkinson, and Kieran Carlson just pushes it away on the offside. 12 to North East. Carlson's just come in, he's on 3, and haven't seen really a bad ball from Parkinson, who bowls on the spot again, hurries it on to a Carlson. The only shot in anger really was when Salter came down the pitch and hit him over long off, who had he been on the boundary would have taken the catch, but I suspect Salter knew that and struck him for first bounce for 4. In comes Parkinson again, and this time this is driven by Carlson. Always a little bit impetuous, looking where he can get runs. Maybe try and get the stream working again. And I don't understand those things. Parkinson, halfway through this over, comes in and bowls to Carlson, and Carlson gets one that turns, lifts, and eventually it's played out to cover for no run. Proving quite a handful here, and he's approaching the end of his 10th over, 3 for 20, and has bowled apart from 3. Very, very wayward overs by Hendricks at the start of the innings. Here he is, bowls to Carlson. Carlson is beaten on the outside by another that turned away. Now, had they got another 30 runs or so, not that I'm going to say, Leicestershire might well bowl out Glamorgan, then things would have been very interesting. Plus, they'll send Hogan in next.
2 boundaries and out.
Last ball of the over, as he bowls now to Carlson. Carlson gets a run as he plays it just in front of square, the onside. He'll retain strike, just the single from a very good over again. And Glamorgan are 97 for 3, requiring another 53 to win. And Nick, if you bang the window at young Jack there, he might come in.
Having screen difficulties, so we'll try and get those sorted out, but we shall describe things with the naked eye for the time being. Glamorgan 97 for 3, needing 53 runs needed to win. And 7 wickets in hand, despite the efforts of Parkinson. Mulder is in. He's been economical so far. Carlson drives. And there is no run to mid-off. It's that bit that keeps falling out. Never mind. We'll know what to do next time. Thank you. 97 for 3. North East 12. Carlson 4. The men out. Lloyd 36. Salter 22. Labuschagne 13. Mulder racing in to bowl to Carlson, who drives and misses. And, well, what's that hit? It's gone through for 4 byes. As Swindell's had a moment there.
He's had a few moments, hasn't he? Swindell's keeping wicket. A few moments in the game.
Yeah, kept it a bit low, but yeah. Just looked like a routine take, to be honest, as Carlson drove and missed. The keeper's standing well back and shouldn't really have missed that one, but it's brought the Glamorgan 100 up, and under a little bit of pressure from Parkinson at the other end, they'll take all they can get. 4 byes. 101 for 3. 49 to win. Mulder in to bowl. Carlson struck on the pad, pushing forward. An appeal from Kimbrett slip, but not from the bowler.
And just to illustrate how well Parkinson has bowled, the run rate, which is rocketing up at the start of the innings, is now it's pretty good. It's 3.8, but going below 4. And you'd like to think that if they have a chance of winning this game, Leicestershire will rely very much on Parkinson, who's been outstanding in this second